Alright, ladies and gents, as ever, my name is Shane, that's Shane's Games, and tonight we're going to be playing Shadowrun Hong Kong for the PC. This won't be our first time playing it, so if you want to see how we got to where we are tonight, or check out some of the games I've played in the past, be them obscure, unusual, or nostalgic, feel free to check out my YouTube channel. But for tonight, let us go ahead and get into the game, shall we? Let's see, Void Juice. Alright, Doc Belvin, no worries. This is an excellent game so far, so I would recommend it. But you take care of yourself. Thanks for stopping by, and I hope you enjoy it when you end up playing it. Misread AOA as heck. That's where we are now. It is basically heck. It's not quite hell, but, you know, it's in the neighborhood there. So, we just finished a job last time. It was dumb. It didn't go well. Decisions were made, as it says there. I don't know if they were the right decisions. They probably weren't, but we made the best decisions we had with the information we had. Now we are back in town, and we have got to see where we're at, see where we're going with things, see what we want to do next, most importantly. But first and foremost, we are going to be checking in with the rest of the crew. See how they're all feeling. I know some of them are up to some stuff, so we'll want to see how that's all going. So let's start there. Yeah, let's start checking in with the crew. Head downstairs and start with Ractor. Ractor's shop is alive with motion. Wall-mounted tools, hammer, and spark, each according to its own rhythm. The cacophony reverberates in the metal confines of the converted engine room, attacking your ears as the light of acetylene torches stab your eyes. My friend, you've come back. Ractor turns towards you. His boots are off, and you can see the metallic gleam of his feet. Freed from the confines of his boots, the appendages have unfolded. Clawed-gripping toes splay out in all directions, at least 8 to a foot. They look alien and predatory, like the talons of some great carnivorous bird. I wasn't convinced that you'd want to continue our little chats after the last time. From under the desk, a glint of light catches your eye. Koshé, I'm glad that I was wrong. Are you kidding? I wouldn't miss our talks for the world. I'm pleased to hear you say so. I rather enjoy them myself. He turns, the sound of metal on metal filling your ears. So, what shall we talk about? What's going on with your feet there? The replacements that I was fitted with all those many years ago. The many talon-like toes that splay out from his feet claw at the ground, scraping against the metal flooring. They have been modified somewhat between them and then and now, as you can see. Improved. What animal did you base your redesign on? The claws were inspired by the harpy eagle, quite a majestic creature. Hunter of primates, you know. He smiles. The quality was driven by artistic license. Impractical, perhaps, but they please me all the same. I see the shop's up and running again. What are you working on now? More options for Koshé, as always. He is still far from perfect, but every iteration inches him closer. Let's see. Alright, so, what we were talking about last time, if what you believe... Let's see, if what you believe is true, people with your condition, which for anybody that missed last time is psychopathy, will inherit the Earth. How long do you think that can last? Medics, he does not have a future in feet pick sales. You never know, some people are into all kinds of things. But welcome in, Met. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Indefinitely. What makes you ask? Intellectual curiosity. You can understand that, right? Of course, my friend, of course. He pauses for a moment, thrusts his hands into his pockets. Let us assume, for the sake of argument, that a group of people with my condition would prove incompatible in some way. I will concede that we would feel no compunction about going to war with one another. That said, I don't think this is the most likely outcome. This is the sixth world, after all. Even if meta-humanity is supplanted by post-humanity, there will be other forces at work in the world. We will not be alone. Are you talking about the supernatural, dragons, spirits, that kind of thing? Yes, any form of intelligence that cannot or will not make that leap that we will make. Dragons and spirits would qualify, so would any metahuman holdovers that cling to their natural bodies. Artificial intelligences could also prove problematic. And what would they be to you? Competition? Prey? That remains to be seen, but they would give my people something to rally against. The corner of his mouth tilts upward. That smile contains no warmth. I, for one, am looking forward to seeing how it all plays out. Aren't you? Alright, so you said you were diagnosed as a psychopath when you were 8. What led to that? My mother had me tested. She'd always kept a watchful eye on me, obsessively so, truth be told. It was a rather poor way to experience childhood. Why was she watching you? What did you do? Very little. She blew my childhood behaviors out of proportion, I'm afraid. The woman had always been motivated by fear. He sighs. She had her reasons, I suppose. What reasons are we talking about? Malignant narcissism runs in my family. None of the men of my time have understood the concepts of conscience or empathy, and they wouldn't have had much use for them if they had. My grandfather was an abusive drunk who killed his own brother with a gasoline-powered ice auger. My father was a terror to his employees and assistants, a shark in a business suit. I suppose that my mother expected me to follow in their footsteps. After a brief pause, his lip tilts into a smirk. I suppose that she was right in a way. My career in the shadows has led to more bloodshed than my grandfather's mania could ever have hoped to. I was driven to it, though, driven by theft and betrayal. Left to my own devices, I might never have taken human life. I'll give you that, and besides, it's not like I'm in a place to judge. Well said, my friend, well said. Things happened as they did, and I have no regrets. We're both the better for it, are we not? Surely it is advantageous to have me on the team. Yeah, it's good for us that you're here. The corner of his mouth tilts upward. Well then, there you have it. Alright, so you got diagnosed. What happened after that? He shrugs. I learned what was expected of me. The doctor was very helpful in that regard. He offered false hope and placebos and false promises that he could cure me if my family met his price. And to me, he offered an escape. All I had to do was play along and my problems would be solved. It wasn't difficult to pretend that I had been cured. Once I understood the outward signs that my mother was looking for, I was able to ape them well enough. In time, my mother came around. Yeah, I feel like in your place I would have done the same thing. Of course you would have. Anyone would. Not everybody would succeed, of course. The risk of sounding immodest by natural talents for acting and mimicry are quite impressive. And I had incentive to play my role well. My grandfather lived out his final days in Black Dolphin Prison. Do you know the place? No. Is it anything like a Supermax to the UCAS? In terms of conditions, it's far worse. Black Dolphin is one of the most appalling detainment facilities in Russia, and that's saying quite a lot. I was determined not to wind up trapped in such a place. I'm not an animal to be caged. Ractor bends down and runs his finger over Koshei's chassis. The drone stands motionless, the lenses of its many optical sensors focused on you. In any case, there you have it. I'm glossing over many of the details, of course, but I'd rather not discuss my childhood any further. Instead, let us think to the future and to the promise that it holds. So where do we go from here? Forward, my friend. Always forward. Silently, Koshei studies you, its articulated pedipalps weaving hypnotically. You will join me, won't you? The future beckons to both of us equally. Follow me and I will guide you into a better tomorrow. I can think of nothing that would please me more. Oh, jeez. Why is the ambient music so awesome? I know, it's so simple, and it's so quiet, but it's just such a good vibe right there. I like it a lot. Like, we'll have to agree to disagree about your perfect future, but for the present, though, you have my support. Very good, my friend. If nothing else, I will have ample time to convince you. But in the immediate future, there is the small matter of the walled city to contend with. I will, of course, continue to help you as best I can. I need allies as badly as you do, and it is in my best interest to keep them alive. Glad to have you with us, Ractor. It isn't often a guy has a chance to work with the man of the future. He chuckles. No, I suppose not. And now, if you'll excuse me. I'll catch you on the next run, Ractor. He nods, smiling. And you, goodbye, my friend, and good night. I think we got a good relationship going. I enjoy talking with him. I know, it's so good. Like, I think if you're doing tabletop gaming, I think this is exactly the level of vibe you want to create in the background, which is a very nice thing. See what Gaichu's doing. In the darkness of the cabin, Gaichu is hunched over a pile of keepsakes. He has unpacked most of the box, and the contents are lying strewn about the floor in a disorganized mass. The ghoul gingerly picks through them, turning each one over in his fingers as he feels their shapes. He addresses you without looking up. Please mind your step, Max. I fear I have made a mess, and many of my possessions are quite delicate. I would be rather upset if you were to accidentally crush any under your feet. After a moment, he places the one he holds, a small ceramic statuette of Daruma, to one side. Lifting his face, he touches his brow in salute. I apologize for the mess. Why have you got all this out on the floor? Gaichu gingerly begins collecting his things and arranging them back in the box. I am simply thinking about the chain of events that have brought me to Hong Kong. I've been considering our talk about my former unit, about what my plans are with regard to their incessant hunt and need for closure. I began to think that I too need closure. An end not only to the hunt, but to our dance around the core issue. One of us must die, that the other might live. As it is, we are locked in stasis. Alright, how do you plan to accomplish that then? That is the question that I have bent my mind to answering since we last spoke. It is not an easy question to answer. My initial thought was to strike at a secure Renraku holding, something valuable enough to draw the attention of the Red Samurai, and ensure that Renraku reported that a ghoul was involved in the mission. Turns out that was not necessary. I began searching the Shadowland BBS for any jobs against Renraku holdings here in Hong Kong. Gaichu taps his braille reader with one toe. It is surprisingly easy to use the Matrix when you can read postings with your fingers. Slower than direct interface, but certainly possible. I also began to offer a reward for information on Red Samurai teams known to be in the city. A modest reward, nothing that would attract too much attention, but enough to keep people interested. Gaichu smiles thinly, cradling his chin in one hand. This bore fruit. A Red Samurai team arrived here a short time ago, smaller than normal size. Sounds like it could be them. Now, all of these characters are so unique, but Gaichu is, he's something else. Just amazing, amazing character writing. It is definitely them. My contact described Ishida and Takagawa perfectly, as well as a new heavy gunner, most likely from another disgraced squad. What's more, he described a woman who looked exactly like Sasaki, but with a scar here on her forehead. Gaichu draws a finger down across his brow over his right eye, precisely where I cut her. Alright, how are we going to draw them out then? Simply put, I intend to lure the team into responding to an action they believe to be perpetrated by an ordinary Shadowrunner, and ambush them. Then, I will kill them. All of them. Once that is done, I can be free. I have found a job I am certain will draw a Red Samurai response. Renraku is moving a prototype drone through Hong Kong on its way to a research facility in Chiba. It is of a new design, implementing machine learning and pseudo-intelligence. Gaichu stands, smiling wryly. Something that advanced would certainly attract a Red Samurai team, should someone attempt to steal it. How can you be certain, though? Red Samurai are primarily proactive. The majority remain at the Forge until dispatched across the world. Those that are not are assigned to guard high-value locations, black laboratories, secure research facilities, and major complexes. Hong Kong has none of these, as Renraku's facilities of that type are primarily located in Taiwan. My former unit will be the only one close enough to respond to the threat. The Johnson for this run is a Renraku scientist escorting the drone. He wishes to leave Renraku's employ, but is unwilling to risk reprisal should he escape on his own. Put it simply, he wishes to make it look like he was killed during a robbery, hence why he wishes the experimental drone stolen. If there is no body, there will be no investigation into his whereabouts. Oh, so he can kill two birds with one stone. Gaichu inclines his head in agreement. Precisely. I can rid myself of my pursuers, and he can be free of their yoke. While I owe this man no loyalty, I think I understand his sentiment. Besides, we will be receiving payment for the job. Alright, let me ask you some questions before I agree to anything. It's fucking undead walking around. How many games have that and explain it well instead of just going, yeah, corpses tend to do that? Yeah, we've definitely encountered ghouls in the other Shadowrun games, but, like, we've never met an intelligent ghoul, and hearing all the details about how he works is just really neat. Alright, so how do you know this run isn't a trap? A fair question, but one with a simple answer. The Red Samurai are very risk-averse. Part of our training is to always put our lives on the line of defense of the company. Risking this drone in their quest for vengeance would be unthinkable. Gaichu gestures at a stack of chips laying nearby. I did my own digging. The shipping schedules line up perfectly to the place of the drone in Hong Kong, and Red Samurai would have the authority to fake such records, unless ordered to by their superiors. As I am the unit's private shame, this would not become a large corporate matter. There is no profit in killing me for the company, only for the unit. Alright, how do you know the drone would even raid a Red Samurai response? Before I was infected, we escorted and guarded similar projects in the drone division. While I am unsure whether this one belongs precisely to the same research division, they are close enough to make Red Samurai involvement a certainty, in my opinion. Drone research is one of Renraku's main advantages over larger megacorporations. Ares controls military hardware, Seder Krupp has their heavy industry, but Renraku is the foremost drone development company in the world. No one else even comes close. Renraku will deploy Red Samurai to protect that advantage. Rely on it. Alright, I get you. Good. Gaichu shifts uneasily, seems to be sniffing the air in anticipation. What, may I ask, is your decision? Sounds good to me. When do we leave? As soon as you are ready. I will message Mr. Johnson and let him know that we are prepared to fake his murder, and to be ready for our arrival. I suggest you prepare as well. The Red Samurai are excellent combatants, not to be taken lightly. Alright, so that's another job to do. Interesting. It's probably going to be a tough job. Super combat heavy, I assume. Let's see. Gaichu has made no attempt to organize the box of personal effects, but it's obvious that he's been through it. The contents are still jumbled, but seems to have been unpacked and replaced. Lying on top of the box this time is a small soapstone statuette and a folding paper fan. Let's start with the statuette. Excuse me. The statue is of a round-faced bodhisattva, its head canted slightly to one side. Its hands are pressed together in prayer, and a tiny red bib is tied around its neck. The figure's expression is serene. It bears a slightly crooked smile, as if it knew a secret or had heard a joke. Hey, what's this tiny statue with the bib? Gaichu pauses, turning an ear more fully towards you. Ah, it is a statue of Jizo, the protector of children. He is also the guardian of travelers. Statues of him are placed along almost every road in Japan. His name outside of Japan is... Sitagarba? Possibly? Seems rather cute for you. It is, but it is not so much about what he does as much as how I enjoyed his temple in Kyoto. It's one of the few refuges I had during my time living in the city. Jizo-in is a tiny place. It is fairly close to the much larger and better-known sister temple of Saiho-ji on the western edge of Kyoto. Unlike Saiho-ji, however, Jizo-in is almost an unknown. Gaichu smiles fondly, looking sightlessly into the distance. To get there, you have to walk through twisting residential streets, past a deep green grove of bamboo. If you do not know what you are looking for, you will never find it. Most people assume the road is simply a dead end. I recall walking there in a light rain. I could smell the ginkgo and maple leaves in the slight breeze. I would go there and simply sit and let myself be, whenever I felt the stress of school was too much for me. Inside there are several small shrines, but the main attraction is the moss garden. You enter a very old meditation room from a small gate. You take off your shoes, you sit at the edge of the garden, and feel the world outside slip from your mind like water through a sieve. Just you, the breeze, the trees, and the moss. That garden was a microcosm of my world, stripped bare of any confusion and bustle. Sounds kind of nice. Smiling faintly, Gaichu dips his head. I rather thought so. I never saw more than 2 other people in the temple, no matter what the time of year. It seemed at the time to be my own private sanctuary. Alright, let's take a look at the paper fan. Let's see, the folding paper fan is cheaply constructed, with thin paper stretched over plastic spines. Obviously a souvenir sold to tourists for a few nuyen. Unfolding the fan reveals a pleasant landscape, a Japanese city in the 19th century or earlier, curved roofs at sunset beside a deep blue river. 2 ships sail down the river, which is spanned by a long wooden bridge. In the foreground, laborers carry buckets alongside the shore as a man on horseback rides along the opposite direction. In the distance, a pair of large red buildings dominate the skyline. 1 large temple hall and a 5-tiered pagoda. Gaichu grunts, not turning towards you. The fan is from Sensoji Temple in Asakura, one of the districts of Neo-Tokyo. The image is one of the less famous works by Ando Hiroshige, a woodblock printer from before the Meiji Restoration. I purchased the fan while on leave from my military training. It reminds me of how open life felt when I was younger, how the future seemed to stretch out full of possibility, and also because I like the painting. Alright, fair enough. Not everything needs to be super sophisticated, I like it. Alright, let's head upstairs and check in with the ladies. See how they're doing. In particular, of course, I want to talk with our decker, Isabel, because she is working on some big shit for us. Might help with our job in the walled city. As you step into Isabel's cabin, she turns to face you. The desk that she's been working at is a mess. Food wrappers and computer expansion cards lie together in a heap. Isabel herself doesn't look much better. Her eyes are badly bloodshot, her lips have been drawn into a deep frown. You're back. Hey. She shoves a box of assorted mounting screws aside with her foot. What do you need? How are you holding up? Not great. I'll manage. Is there anything that I can do? I seriously doubt it. Appreciate the offer, though. When I unlocked those old memories, I told you that they were crystal clear, right? Every detail was perfect. It's still that way, and I think it always will be that way. I know it feels that way now, but always is a long time. Please, don't patronize me. I'm not a lovesick teenager saying I'll always love my boyfriend. I'm a professional, and I know what I'm talking about. These memories have been stored as data in an archival format. They're never going to fade. They'll never grow less intense with time. It's like having an eidetic memory. I'm stuck with a perfect record of every shitty thing that I saw and felt during my childhood in hell. It's not an easy thing to live with. If the memories are that painful for you, we can lock them away again after all this is over, and you can throw away the key. That's what I'm hanging on to. The fact that I could ditch my childhood again and forget the things I saw. All the more reason to get through this business with the walled city quickly. Speaking of which, if you want to ask me questions about that place, you can go ahead. I think I've had enough time to process what's in my head. Should be able to give you some answers. Not all the answers, mind you, but something. Alright, yeah, I got some questions there. She runs the tip of her tongue over her lips and nods. A look of fierce determination seizes her. Go on, ask me a question. I'm ready. Alright, how did you get out of there when you were a kid? How did you escape? She heaves a sigh. Galbet led me out. How'd you manage that? The Avatar raises a hand. Go ahead and ask her. I think she'll be more than happy to brag about it. But I think that we have more pressing matters to discuss. Apparently we don't. No, apparently we have nothing else to talk about the walled city, so I guess I'll have to check in next time. Any thoughts on that last run? I hate to be a downer over that mission, but I'm starting to wonder if Kindly Cheng is slipping a little. The entire reason we give her a cut is to make sure that the people who hire us don't have ulterior motives and won't screw us over. Kindly dropped the ball on that one. hard. At least you won't be pissed at us for scrubbing the job. I mean, we finished it, to the letter, and got a crappy payday out of it too. Hope Kindly's happy, because I'm sure not. If you ever get put in a situation like that again, I say we take the data and run. Fence it ourselves. Just too much risk for not enough reward otherwise. Alright. Good, because I've had enough for one day. I'm tired. Reliving this stuff is exhausting. Come back later if you want. I'll have had more time to unpack this stuff by then. But until then, please give me some space. Can do. Hey, Warded, nice all in there. And Punisher, how are you doing today? Hope all is well with you. I don't know what happened with the music right there, but that was a little horrifying. Oh no! Turatark, I'll never get it fixed after that. I'll have to throw the whole thing away and get a new one. How are you doing today, Turatark? Hope you're doing well. She's gone, Max. I don't know where she ran off to, but she looked upset. She just said something about friends in trouble, then left. By the time I could disconnect from the octopus, she was on her way out of town. Oh god, she must have gone back to the sinking ship. I don't like the sound of that. Did she tell you went down there all those years ago? Ah, a bit, yeah. She's worried about Cadmus and Malvina. She said that she thought it was nothing, though. She turns her back and begins grabbing gear. Well, apparently she changed her mind. We better go get her, hadn't we? Yeah, let's do it. I'm going to arrange transport out to Hung Ham Bay. You come meet me at the docks when you're ready. Alright, so we're going to have to go rescue Gobbet, too, probably. Or maybe she doesn't need rescue, but she might need backup. That's the important thing right there. Melting still, but found a few odd means to survive / relieve the heat. That's a good thing, then. And last, we got to check in with Duncan, as far as the boat goes, anyway. You walk into a mess. Half-eaten cans of food litter the floor, and personal equipment is strewn about in a haphazard fashion. Amid the mess, Wu sits in his bunk with his back against the wall. He has a PDA in his hand, and he's staring down at it, sullen and morose. He doesn't acknowledge your entry. Oh, now it's your turn to look like shit. You know that's not true. He doesn't look up. You think something could have made this look bad? He waves his hand towards his face and along his body. No smile. I suppose you want to talk. What are you looking at on the PDA? Video of Edward Sang. Where'd you get it? Isabel dug it up. It's archival footage from the Walled City project. Oh, what's he doing? Being Raymond, telling people what to do, how to do it. Except that he's younger, and he's rich and powerful. And his name is Edward. He glances up. His eyes are rimmed in red. You want to see it? Yeah, fire it up. Sure, why not? Wu taps a button and turns the PDA around so you can see it. Let's see. Kuma, welcome in. So today I burned my Hawaiian pizza. Should have cooked it at a lower temperature. Oh god, Kuma, why? Welcome in though, Kuma. How are you doing today? Ooh, Punisher. Congratulations on finishing that one. That sounds like an amazing game. Let's see. Neuronet. I haven't heard about that one. Ooh, that sounds like a really interesting premise, Turatark. I like that. The footage shows a serious Chinese man in an expensive suit, sitting behind a large solid wood desk covered in blueprints. The man is holding a magnifying glass over one of the plans and studying it intently. He folds the blueprint over and checks the one behind it. The nameplate on the desk reads Edward Sang, Vice President of Special Projects. The video is rough and contains no sound. May have been footage for a documentary that was never completed. The next shot is from some sort of planning meeting in a glass-enclosed conference room. The serious man is sitting at the conference table, pointing to a large map, and looking up at the men standing around him. He is explaining something. They look at each other and nod, clearly impressed by what he has to say. The whiteboard at the end of the room bears the words, Groundbreaking 21st May 2022, written in bold characters, Raymond's writing. The footage cuts to a scene of two people talking at the end of a long hallway. They don't appear to know that they're being recorded. It's the serious man listening intently to what an older woman has to say, nodding with his arms crossed and his thumb at his lips. The woman is the same one that was in the taped video call that Kindly Cheng showed you, Josephine Sang. She is somewhere in her late middle age, beautiful and very clearly in charge. The two look up at the same time, see the camera, and begin waving their hands for it to be turned off. The woman appears angry but cold. The video ends and Wu puts the PDA face down in his bunk. Wu shrugs his shoulders, searches your eyes. Who is that guy? The guy who cleaned us up, gave us a home. Not this guy. This guy's some corporate big shot. The man who raised me was a community organizer. He wore sweaters. Maybe when we find the plastic face man, we'll get some more answers. Hell then, Raymond Black is Raymond Black, and this guy is someone else. You know, I've been thinking about the way you and Raymond used to butt heads. What about it? I feel like one of the reasons you were angry with me it's one of the reasons you were angry with me when I left. I had a better relationship with him. You didn't have a better relationship with him. Raymond and I were tight. You just knew how to avoid conflict better than I did. That's not the same thing. You had that way of diffusing him when he started with that Intenso Ray thing he used to do, remember? The Intenso Ray. I haven't thought of that in a long time. I think you were the one who came up with that name. It was like the summer after we started living with him and Mrs. Maloney. Ray had found out we didn't follow one of his rules. I don't remember which. There was a long list. Let's see. I think you were still smoking. Yeah, I think that was it. I was smoking, and he was pissed and said that fat kids who smoke die faster. So just to be obstinate, I told him I liked to smoke, and we got into it. Then you came in and diffused the whole situation. Wu stops talking, and his expression becomes thoughtful. I think that's why I was so resentful when you took off, especially after Ms. Maloney died. You were the only one who could get through to him when he became Intenso Ray. Let's see. I did have a talent for getting Raymond to calm down when you two started going at it. Especially that last time, the week you left. Wu's expression hardens and he picks up the PDA again. I don't want to talk anymore, Girth. I got enough on my mind as it is. Stuff like my father betraying my trust. Alright, fair enough. Now in Rocky Moore College. Ooh, I'll have to visit immediately. Rooks, how are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Glad to have you with us. Insomnia. That's always brutal, Kuma. I'm sorry to hear about that. Let's see. Oh, that's really cool, Turretart. Getting to see it grow like that. Shira, how are you doing today? How's everything going with you? Hope you're having an excellent weekend. Excuse me. Alright, so that's everybody on the boat. Let's go peek outside, check in with everybody else in town. Hey, John, welcome in. How's everything going with you today, John? Hope you're doing well. Glad to see you, as always. Let's start by popping into the Parlor of Five Phases. See if the proprietor has found anything else new. I haven't managed to dig up any more info on the Yama Kings yet, but that isn't for lack of trying. Pulling all-nighters isn't as much fun as it used to be. If you need to buy some magic on me, girl, but that's all I can do for you right now. Yeah, sure, that's fine. I'm gonna go ahead and sell this SMG. Alright, will she buy it? I don't think she will. I don't know if that means she doesn't buy it, or I'll sell it somewhere else. Hold off on that for the moment. But for right now, I can't really afford much, so I'll probably have to sell that first, and then I'll see what I can buy from here. Although I don't see too much that I want to get necessarily. Still waiting on some more to get upgraded, I think. Alright. Yeah, we'll hold off. Alright, Shira, enjoy your lurk. Alright, so we'll pop back in there and... or maybe not, I don't know. Like I said, I didn't see anything we need to buy right away. I'll see if the Go players have anything else new to say at the moment. No, they got nothing else new going on. We may have exhausted their dialogue trees. See how Reliable Matthew's doing. Hope he's doing better. Max, here's looking at you. Reliable Matthew gives you a big wink and shooter sign. His eyes don't seem to reflect the emotion as usual. You in the market for a high-powered grade A autonomous helpers? Or are you just here to hang out? Because if you're here to hang out... Matthew's synthetic personality seems to flicker for a moment. His expression pulses back and forth between smarmy cheer and something like shy happiness. That'd be okay by me. Just hanging, Matthew. It's good to see you. Right on, beautiful, right on. Reliable Matthew smiles blissfully, looking around at the docks. He admires the looming oppressive mass of the walled city. Take your time, make yourself at home. I'll be right here if you need anything. He flashes you a big smile, exaggerated and fake looking, but yet also somehow genuine. It's good to have you around. Aww. I'm surprised to hear myself saying this, but you're good people, Matthew. You are good people. Alright. Let's see, let's pop into the Mahjong parlor, see what's going on in there. Nobody to talk to in here right now, alright. That's fair. Looks like we're actually going to get away without spending too much time in the city today. Which is a nice change of pace, I would say. Might even at long last get 2 runs done today. We shall see. Checking with Spider Shen first thing. As you approach Shen's boat, you spot a number of children peeking out from the below decks area. They're dressed in ratty clothing with stained and tattered shirts. All the same, they look well fed and healthy, albeit a bit grimy. As soon as they spot you, they disappear into the below decks. Shen nods to you before calling out into the depths of the boat. Make sure the bilge pump is reconnected after you re-oil it. I don't want to slowly sink to the bottom of the river because you decided to cut corners. There's no response from below. Shen simply chuckles, turning around to face you. They're not the most skilled assistants, but I like being able to keep them fed. What can I do for you? Oh, where'd you find the kids? I didn't. They found me. Shen shrugs and grins crookedly. They heard about the triad monk who will feed kids in exchange for odd jobs. After meeting the rest of my crew, I think they get a bit infatuated. They think I don't hear it when they play it being Spider Shen and White Ming, but I do. Oh, that's cute. Yeah, I think so too. That's why I look the other way. I don't want to embarrass them. Besides, it's kind of flattering to have them look up to me. A very own fan club. Shen smiles faintly. I remember what it was like to be those kids. Nobody cares if you live or die. So I told myself that when I started to make it, I'd give back to the community. That's how the Triad started, you know. Self-protection, community service. If you can't help out the community, we're no better than the Megas. Alright, that's all for now then. How am I doing on karma anyway? Not a ton of points. Probably hold off on spending for right now. Alright, Human Transient. Who's this? The gibbering transient wheels to face you, his eyes bulging out of his skull. He's a young man, probably in his late 30s, but his hair has gone bone white. He reaches towards you with hands hooked into claws, and his entire body begins to tremble. You've seen them. I know. I can smell it on you. He reaches his hands to his face and claws at his cheeks, his fingernails digging into his flesh. The devils. The ones that are coming, and the runt that leads the pack. Another transient glances over at you. You got it in town yesterday. Came in on the same boat that we did. Seemed normal enough at the time, but now he's stark raving mad. I'm not mad! His voice rises into a scream. I've seen them! They're coming! They're on their way here now! Calm down. What you saw was just a nightmare. No, hang on. Tell me what you've seen. Tell me what you've seen. His breath comes in fits and gasps. He claws at his throat and his voice lowers to a whisper. There are hundreds. All different, but all the same. A giant with the legs of a boar and the jaws of a baboon. A woman in jade and gold with 100 blind eyes. A runt at the head of the pack, slim and beautiful, with arms like jaws and an ivory crown. Tears spill down his cheeks as he sobs piteously. They run in rivulets into the gashes that he tore in his cheeks. They're all coming, all clawing at the gate. She is already slipping through. He seizes up in mid-sentence. His eyes roll back in his head and he falls to the pavement. When he hits the ground, he doesn't get back up. He isn't breathing. I think he's dead. You kneel and press your fingers to the fallen man's neck. Nothing. The transient stares down at the fallen man's body, her brow furrowed. To hell with this place, I'm getting out of here. I know that it's none of my business, but you should do the same. Not me, I have business to attend to. She shrugs. Your call, best of luck. Jesus, that was frightening. Yeah, there he goes, Valishan, welcome in, how are you doing today? Yeah, he literally dropped dead. Just dropped dead, it's horrifying. See how Frederick's doing. Freddy looks sullen at the club's front entrance, and sullen on the young troll takes the form of careless indifference for the force he uses to pat down and propel forward the patrons entering the place. Welcome to Club 88. No killing, no fighting, no sex trade. You're looking pretty lax with your duties here. Oh, I care. Bring in all the weapons, explosives, and outside food and drink you want. What does it matter? Things might be better if I drove everybody off and shut down this place. Can't be forced to say a bouncer if there's no bums to bounce, right? And it just might force the rest of them to take a hard look in the mirror. My mom could stop worrying about bills and inventories and all that crap. Callum could finally get out of here and save his own skin. My ba could go back to doing what he was born to do and change his mind about me doing it too. Your father found out about your plans? Yeah, heard me talking to someone about how I might link up with the Hell Thunder crew. He got real mad, dragged me aside like he was trying to pull my damn arm off. Thought we might come to blows. It'd be the first time since I was a kid. I could probably kill him now if I'm not careful. But he just wanted to yell at me. So much the better for his health. He told me I was living in a fantasy land. Told me I wasn't cut out for the life I was looking to lead. He said it'd get me killed. Huh. Worst part, he asked me why I can't be more like my brother. Just goes to show how little he knows about us. Callum isn't even cut out for the cozy life we have here in the club. Why, what's the deal with Callum? What, you haven't figured it out yet? You've talked with him, right? He doesn't belong here any more than I do, but for different reasons. Callum's not hard enough to survive in a place like this. If this city doesn't kill him one night, him drinking away his worries probably will before long. Funny thing is, I thought I could go out and make my fortune. I could set up Callum up someplace nice. But that's not going to happen now, thanks to my ba. He'd rather see both of us go to waste here. I'll leave you be. Well, their story continues to get sadder every time I talk to him. It's breaking my heart. I'm doing good, Valishan. Thanks for asking. Oh, yeah, we got another NPC in here. Who looks an awful lot like Felicia Day, oddly enough. A redhead elf is hunched over the table, her eyes firmly locked on a disassembled micro-drone she has spread out across it. A name tag on her jumpsuit's collar says EOS in bold letters. After a few moments, she sighs heavily and mutters under her breath, "Oh, come on, don't tell me I lost the EMS transducer." EOS frantically begins searching the area around the table, methodically sifting through cigarette butts, stale gum, and orange peels. She squeals with excitement as she finds a small circuit. Got you! That's a relief and a half. She places it gingerly in one of her pockets. As she turns her attention back towards the table, she spares her a quick glance. Watch your step. I don't think anything else fell off the table, but I won't know for sure until I get this back together. I mean, it does look just like her, doesn't it? It's like dead on. Yeah, the music in the club is really nice. I enjoy it. Yeah, Turatark, that was awesome. Good for her. Standing with the WGA. I also stand with them. They haven't announced anything they would like the general public to do to support the action yet, but as soon as they do, I will be doing whatever they say. Are you sure a bar is the best place to do drone repair? No, but the guy who lives next door to me is doing some kind of heavy-duty electrical work and it's filling my apartment with static electricity. Didn't want to risk frying the little guy's guts. She leans over, peering closely at some particular part. Ah, crap, this is going to take more work than I thought. Oh well, another time. Sweeping the drone pieces into a pile with her hands, she scoops them into one of her jumpsuit's many pockets. She turns to face you, giving her full attention. You're kind of these hired help, aren't you? Name's Eos. Nice to meet you, I'm Max. Nice to meet you. Glad to get your name. It's a lot nicer than that foreigner, which seems to be what most of the locals call you. She pulls out a business card made of stamped sheet metal and puts it on the table. We're in the same line of work, you know. You ever need a rigger, look me up. Very affordable rates and I guarantee results. Wait, seriously? She was a high-tier backer. So it actually is Felicia Day. Oh, it's badass. Also, some guy in a hat, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a good week. well caught on all of our parts then. So, why'd you become a rigger? I've always loved cars. Old ones, new ones, even the beaters that are falling apart and you have to hold together with baling wire and chewing gum. I like drones too, but my first love was a 2034 Alfa Romeo Farinata. Drove that thing until the wheels fell off. Eos grins crookedly, propping her chin up on one fist. Oh, that one too, yeah. I mean, I'm sure she's supporting the WEGA strike too, but yeah, she, for anybody that hasn't seen it, Felicia Day did a big TikTok video where she was going to take her kids to medieval times, but when she got there, she found out that there was a strike going on, which is happening at several medieval times over a pay dispute. And she basically explained to her kids what a strike is and, you know, how it hurts the people that are striking and, you know, basically said, you know, I'm not going to cross the picket line because that's what you do. You don't cross picket lines. And so her kids now know a little bit more about unions and about strike actions, and she took them someplace else for the day, which is awesome. 10 out of 10, thumbs up, no notes. I love it. Let's see. Did some stunt work with the Atlanta film industry at first as a stunt driver. That paid for my first vehicle control rig. It also got me into drone rigging, since smaller projects usually need camera riggers for aerial shots. Fun times, but the pay in the CAS isn't like it is in Hollywood. It's all small scale stuff. Why'd you end up leaving the business? Money. Always the money. My mom got sick and we couldn't afford the medical bills. Turns out that in the shadows, people always need a good driver. Especially ones that also have some high-altitude patrol drones that are packing guns. I started to make a name for myself. Took some jobs out of the Comanche Mafia, smuggling things in and out of the Pueblo Corporate Council. Eos spreads her hands, helplessly grinning. And here I am. Once I got a taste for the adrenaline, I never looked back. Too much of a rush out here on the edge. How'd you get your street name? Honestly, it's my sunny disposition. I'm not even kidding. The elf giggles to herself for a moment, head falling back as she stares towards the ceiling. I had this friend in Vegas, real rich old money type from Dubrovnik. He'd fallen on hard times, mostly because he couldn't play cards for shit. Great fixer though, because everybody loved him. He's the one who gave it to me. Eos, he said to me, your new street name should be Eos, because whenever you show up, it's like the breaking dawn in my office. Could have charmed bees out of their hives, I swear to God. Last I heard, he'd finally got enough money to pay his debts and get the hell back to Europe. Sure hope he did. I like to imagine him sitting on the Adriatic, sipping a Negroni and reading a spy novel. Alright, do you have a preferred kind of job? Eos gets a smile that spreads from ear to ear, and she leans over and whisper in a conspiratorial tone. Heists. Anytime I can get in under a ticking clock, racing against time and get away in a cloud of burning rubber, that's where it's at for me. One of the best jobs I've ever had was a run on a branch of Frankfurt or Bancover in Nice. The cops were hot on our ass as soon as we got out of the vault, because the decker had been dumped from the system before we could squash the alarm. So we rush outside, right? And our getaway car is a Skoda RK3 that had modded up with a supercharger and a kinetic energy recovery system. Didn't look like much, but man, that car could haul. We burned through those French streets like we were right out of an old Frankenheimer movie. Glorious getaway. Let's see, any run you walk away from is a good one. You said it. And the aftermath? Glorious. 2 weeks lounging on the beaches of Corfu, eating fresh perch you caught right on the rocks. Revian always wanted to poach it, but come on, you gotta grill fish that fresh. I'll see you around, Eos. Tapping a finger to her brow, Eos grins. See ya, don't be afraid to call. That's awesome. Hope it resolves because Medieval Times is an awesome experience. It is. But, first and foremost, those people doing the night stuff are, people. So, they got to get a living wage before they can do anything, especially because, the stuff they do in Medieval Times is stunt work, and they can get hurt. So, it's hard work, and I want to make sure they're getting fairly compensated for it. Night shift workers are people? I mean, I wouldn't include myself in there, but, for the most part. Also, I think you misheard that, or you're making a pun. I can't actually tell. I thought we were all gremlins. I'm definitely on Team Gremlin right there. I promise you that. Let's see how Henry's doing over here. I mean, I think we all knew that by now. Henry Ka5 paces a rut into the worn floor of Club 88. He wrings his hands, looking every bit like he's trying desperately to hold on to something, but failing with every attempt. He's oblivious to everything around him. Rin! Isn't Medieval Times script changed like twice a year? I don't know how often they change their script. I know they do change it periodically, but I have no idea how often it is. Oh my god, that emote is good. I like that. Henry, you still with us? Oh, what? Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there. I was just thinking. What about? Lots of things. The past, the here and now, what is and what might have been. I think about how many sailors drown each year, how I never even came close. Think about how it might have been for Ermine if I had. Lots of things have been preying on my mind lately. Excuse me. Last time you mentioned an incident. Care to speak about it? Truth is, I've wanted to talk about it. Needed to talk about it for a long time. I was first mate by then, on a big rescue and salvage tug. We were steaming out into the Pacific, lost towards Saipan. A big container ship had lost power and was drifting. When we were 2 days out from Hong Kong, we picked up a distress call. Our captain told us to ignore it. Quoted some whooshing corporate gibberish and ordered our rigger to change course to avoid it. Truth is, we all knew why. That container ship was probably losing whooshing $1 million Nguyen in lost revenues for every hour it drifted. I don't know why I did it, but I refused. Maybe it was on account of being a family man. Maybe I was just in a mood. But I couldn't leave those people behind. I demanded that a captain send us to assist. And when he didn't, I knocked him out. Well, everyone followed me. When we reached the signal, we found a small passenger ship, well away from its regular route. No response to hails, so I went aboard with a small group. What we found was a horror show. Men, women, and children brutally butchered, but not outright killed. Some had died from their injuries, yes, but most were just missing an arm, a leg, or a foot. Couldn't have lasted much longer, but they could have been saved. And that's when we realized it was a trap. The time it would have taken us to stabilize and move those people would have given the ones responsible the chance they need to take our boat. They'd meant to lure in a bigger ship. I grabbed my guys and we got out of there, full steam. I left those people to die. They knew it as we were going. Their eyes have haunted me ever since. That was the end of my career. Wuxing let me go nice and quiet with a hush package. The law of the sea still applies. You gotta help ships in distress when you can. Wuxing didn't want anyone to know the captain of their rescue tugboat had tried to violate that. Ermine thinks I retired for the boys and her. She wouldn't be able to look at me if she knew the truth. So as it stands, how are you and Ermine? Not great, to be honest. It's true what the voice in my dreams has been saying. Ermine doesn't need me. I'm useless around here. Better than I just stay out of her way. But it's more than that. We've had our share of problems over the years. My being absent for long stretches, her being left alone, fending for herself while I was away. It wasn't easy for her. And I think she sometimes sought comfort elsewhere. I don't know who, and I don't know exactly when, but I can't help thinking it. I look at Callum sometimes. I always love him, but I also always wonder. It'd hardly be the worst thing that's ever happened to me, but even so. I'm gonna leave you be. God, these folks are so depressing. Oh, that's awesome, Velishin. I have been a couple times. I think I went twice as a kid and once as an adult. And it is a good time. It is definitely a good time. I like it. Emperor Emperor, thank you so much for a tier 3 sub to Shira right there. Gift sub number 1,336, one away from the nerd number. So close now. Sutton Private, thank you so much for that, Emperor. I appreciate it. Let's see how Callum's doing. For a second, Sky, those emotes were moving along with the music. That was so cool. Even though he has a drink in his hand, the red of Callum's eyes is not that of a drunken stupor, but of barely suppressed rage. An angry troll is a dangerous thing, and an angry drunk troll is a disaster waiting to happen. What do you want? You don't look so good. Emperor! Thank you so much for the gift sub to Leet Memes, which is gift sub number 1337, the Leet number. You did it! You did it! There you go! Holy shit, that is a big number. Thank you so much for all of that, Emperor. Oh my god! Appreciate the heck out of it. Something bribes. Thank you so much for that. The memest of bribes, the bribiest of memes. Very much appreciated. You should see the other guy. Not a scratch on her, of course. Might be easier if she just hit me, but she fights with words, fusing them with guilt and fear and deceit. She gets in your head. It's no wonder I'm having such twisted dreams. Problems with your mother? Asking that is like asking for my life story. But the short version is that my parents have been actively working against me since I was old enough to think for myself. But this time it goes beyond discouragement. It's a new low. No other word for it but sabotage. Whoever my would-be patron is, he works for Baihu, same corporation my mother used to work for. Not sure why she quit, but it must have been an ugly break for her to be acting this way. I think she'd be so spiteful that she'd deny her own son a future because of it. I always thought she just wanted me home, working as a wage slave in her house. Turns out the bitch can't stand the thought of me succeeding where she failed. Sorry, you mentioned bad dreams as well. Hey, Hollabread, welcome in. How are you doing today? How's your weekend going? And Borchams, good to see you. Hope everything's going well with you. Messed up dreams. Same one, actually, over and over. I'm lying on a long dining table, like you find in a rich man's home. Real wood, polished and set with all the finery. But there I am, right in the middle of it all, like the main course. That's a little frightening. I hear whispers all around me, women's voices. Then one of them approaches and I see that it's my mother. She doesn't even look me in the eye. She just sees me like an object, some kind of thing. And then she cuts into me. I don't feel any pain. I suppose I'm dead. But I scream anyway. I scream because of the look on her face when she starts to eat the hunk of me she's carved off. Her teeth. Her teeth are terrifying. Then another woman approaches and it's my mother again. They all are. And they all start devouring me. Bit by bit. Till there's nothing left. I am gonna take my leave! Jesus! Nothing good happening with this family, holy crap! What the hell? That is a heck of a nightmare though, I'll tell you. I need to blow my nose real quick, I will be right back, don't go anywhere. Alright, sorry about that. Valishan, something I like to joke about is the most 80s song title ever made is a song I enjoy. The title of the song is Dancing with Tears in My Eyes. And if that isn't the most 80s song title I've ever heard, I don't know what is. Holy crap. That would be a good fit right there, Dark, most definitely. Ermine, how are you holding up? It's perfect. It's perfect. The dread creeping through Haoi has pervaded even the induced euphoria of Club 88. Ermine herself is not immune, looking to be caught between the need to rest and the inability to find the peace necessary for it. It's not a good time, Max. I can see that. What's going on? I wish I knew. I can only speak for myself, though. I don't know about the rest of them, but I'm dead on my feet. Slept a solid 6 hours, but it was hardly a restful sleep. Bad dreams? Like none I've ever seen before. Vivid, more real than you standing here. And the memory refuses to leave me. I was 20 years younger, young, absolutely at home in my own skin, and happy. Happier than I ever remember being, positively glowing. There was a man with me. It was Henry, but not the Henry I knew. This was Henry as he might have been if he never goblinized. Handsome, well-dressed, perfectly human. But when he smiled, there were too many teeth, and I knew it was a lie. Then I woke up clutching my stomach, feeling for bite marks that weren't there. I haven't been able to shake the image of that smile all day. Those teeth. They wanted to devour me and everything I hold dear. Are you still worried about Callum in that suit? I tried to put that period of my life behind me. Tried to forget what happened. Just move past it. I had to, or else it would have destroyed our family just as it was beginning to. The truths are best left buried. I can live with the shame. It was my own stupid mistake, but it should have ended there. Past should stay in the past. But this man will not be denied. He'll lure Callum with promises of fortune, power, prestige. He'll offer him things I never could, just as he once did with me. Callum feels alone here, just as I did when Henry was away at sea. I'll kill this man before I let him take my boy from me. I don't care who he is or what right he might claim. Well, that's why I'm not sleeping well. Dreams. Perhaps a little business would take your mind off of it? Right, let me see if I can sell this gun. That's a nice profit there. I don't think I'm going to be using it. Cool, cool. Alright. I think we're done here, at least. Incredibly depressing place. Yeah, don't do drugs, kids. How many teeth do I have? Exactly the normal amount, I think. Why? How many is the normal amount? I actually do have a physical copy of Harvester thanks to a very good friend of mine who got it for my last birthday. Which is amazing. Hey, Ambrose! Ambrose lies limp in his wheelchair while a spider drone tinkers delicately on a huge bionic lower leg, which appears to be attached to a dismembered troll thigh. Ambrose reanimates as you draw near. Max, I'm doing some delicate work here. Just, reaching a good point to pause, actually. Okay, what's up? What are you doing? Is that someone's leg? It will be. It's a vat-grown biological upper on a cybernetic lower. I'm merging the two together. It's going to give this poor guy the upper leg he wants back with the lower leg he needs. His voice is hushed. You're interested, huh? Okay, check this out. I'll be back. Ambrose goes limp. A half-dozen robotic arms suddenly pulse in a ballistic surge of activity, working on the leg, bristling with needles, scalpels, forceps, microsolderers, glue, and various other tools. For several minutes, there's no sound but quiet clicking and the hum of machinery. When the work is complete, the slender robotic arm draws back. They hover near the ceiling around the operating area like giant attentive stick bugs. Ambrose's eyes flutter back open. He continues talking, hardly skipping a beat. This guy works in the tunnels with his feet in sewage all days. Got some kind of flesh-eating trench rot went all up his leg. Nearly killed him. They had to amputate at the hip. I'm giving him his upper leg back, but using a chrome lower leg so it won't happen again. That must cost a lot for a sewer worker. Yeah, it would. That's why I'm not charging him. Ambrose shrugs as if suddenly embarrassed. Somebody else grew the meat leg. I can't do that. I have this old prosthetic lying around already. It's a beater, but it'll last for years if he takes care of it. What can I do for you? So, what happened between you and Karen? She betrayed me. Ambrose folds his one arm tensely across his chest and scowls. She left me here. He nods towards a small framed picture over his impressive home-built computer. That's Karen. The picture is of a serious-looking Filipino woman in a black tank top. Her neck, shoulders, and arms are chiseled with lean muscle and spotted with tattoos. She looks vaguely annoyed at the camera. Semper Fidelis is visible in Gothic script tattooed across her chest. A trans-Catholic rosary hangs in the picture, a crucifix with a delicate Kali yantra overlying the center. In the picture, the rosary is visible around the woman's neck. Karen quit Shadowrunning too. Supposedly, she made a full recovery. Started delivering for smugglers. She was my main conduit for drugs and cyber. Ambrose shakes his head gently. She just stopped caring about anything. Maybe it was the brain injury, but I don't think so. I think everything she'd done started catching up with her. I could see it in her eyes. Take your time, I'm listening. Ambrose rubs his mouth with the remainder of his hand. He pauses. She couldn't sleep. She wouldn't take meds for it. I think she didn't want to get better. One day she was here. We were behind the curtain. I went out front to talk to someone. Ambrose presses one of his remaining fingers into the side of his neck. She took her butterfly knife and set the point right here. She pushed the blade right through and out along her trachea. Sliced through everything outside of that. Severed her own carotid artery. It's like she was removing a sentry. That was it. Don't... Ambrose stops. He holds his hand over his mouth for a long moment. When he continues, his voice is thick. She did it right there on the operating table. There wasn't even a thump. That was Karen. Efficient, ruthless, considerate in a weird way. Couldn't ever live by her own moral commandments. Could never ask for what she needed. Ambrose crosses himself. He gives you a sidelong glance. I'm not even going to try and pronounce that correctly. I will do it very badly. I'm not trans-Catholic. Hell, I'm not in a religion at all, but I try to honor her in that way. I can use etiquette academic to complete the prayer. Ambrose silently bows her head as you recite a string of words in Sanskrit and Latin, invoking Karen to rejoin the trans-Catholic concept of universal oneness, the Atma Brahma of the Holy Ghost. Ambrose joins you in the final recitation. Amen. His eyes are shining when he looks back at you. Thanks, Max. I never learned it in full, even though she said it over me every day when I was all messed up. Ambrose looks silently at Karen's picture. Eventually, he turns back to you. Ripshot's dead. My old hood in Chicago is the containment zone. Karen, well, she was my best friend, ever. I'm the last man standing. So, here I am. I think I survived for a reason, so I can make other people's lives better. That's what I'm trying to do. Life is what we make it, right? I feel you, Ambrose. Here I am in Hong Kong, doing what I can. Seems like you're doing okay. Despite all the wild, crazy-ass shit it sounds like you gotten yourself into. He winks. But I didn't hear nothing. As far as I know, you sweep floors and wash dishes. Here, you want a drink? We should have a drink. A robotic arm flings open a cabinet, clatters inside, and swings across the room, clutching a sapphire blue bottle. This is Lambanog. It's a Filipino coconut vodka. Have a shot with me? Sure, I'll have one. The robotic arm pours 2 shots, swings one over to you. Ambrose gingerly takes the other in his ruined hand, holds it up. The fallen friends. May they rest in peace. You swallow the shots together. The strong, raisin-flavored liqueur burns going down. Ambrose looks around in silence, then his gaze settles on you, lonely. That used to be a real piece of work, Max. When I got busted up for the first time in my life, I had to rely on other people. Broke, hunted, and close to death. Not so different from how you showed up, except for the death part. Someone here owed Karen a favor. The principal of Haoi took care of us. People of Haoi took care of us. Now I think if I did so much harm in my past life, how much healing can I do in this one? Ambrose sighs and clutches his shot glass against his chest like a religious talisman. He looks thoughtfully at you. That's more than I've told anyone in a long time. Does the heart good, Max. Thanks. Well, doctor's life's busy. Better wrap this up. Thanks, Ambrose. It was a privilege to listen. I'm glad to know you, Max. Oh, I got a karma out of that. I wasn't even expecting a reward, but that's nice. Cheers, Max. Talk to you later. That's lovely. Absolutely makes my day right there. Let me get, let me get caught up on shit. Oh geez, Valishin, I had no idea. That does sound brutal. That is, I've never heard of that drink before. Raisin-flavored liqueur. I'm having trouble getting my head around that. That is such a bizarre combination to me. Has anyone here had anything like that? I'm curious. Certainly, that's an interesting pick for him, though. Really old? I mean, yeah. I thought usually that tasted like vinegar, though. Or is that just if it was bad? Raising some memories. Oh my god, Tartark. You want to try it, Valishin? If you do, you have to let us know. I don't know, I haven't heard of that either. Some guy in a hat, so it could be. Let's see. Law is clearly worried. He's got a sick look, like he's just been punched in the stomach. He frets about the technology palace. Yo, Max. Thanks for talking to me. So what's just standing with Wampoa now? Wampoa? Screw those clowns. I'm an independent contractor now. Real clear arrangement. I deal goods for them. They want something, they pay for it. Law's technology palace is an independent territory. Law kicks a bin of spare parts forcefully, emphasizing his point. Start my own tribe. Tribe of Boom. You got a tech problem? We solve it. Boom. You got garbage in your head? We tell you how it is. Boom. He snorts with bitter satisfaction. Wampoans are a bunch of backstabbing losers. You need anything boom right now? Nah, I'll see you later, Law. See you later, Max. Watch out for yourself, Carnivore. Long live the boom. So he's still a giant nerd, but he's getting by. He's getting by. Right, let's pop back on the ship for a minute, because we have not had a rest after that last job. We had to check the computer, too, see if there's anything else to see on there. Grappa is a liqueur that uses all the parts of the grape that are left over from the winemaking process. Interesting. That's a weird way to make booze, I would say, but I like it. Use every parts of the buffalo in the drink? It's understandable. I mean, people have attempted to ferment basically everything under the sun, so, you know, may as well. This is true, Punisher, this is true. Alright, let's have a nice lie down, get some rest. For the first time since you get to Hong Kong, you wake up feeling well-rested and satisfied. Flexing your limbs feels glorious. It's as though you've spent hours cramped up in a confined space, and you finally stretch your legs. You push yourself up and touch your feet to the ground, but something stops you short. Your mouth. Something's wrong with your mouth. I'm gonna run my tongue over my teeth. You let your tongue move over your teeth until you reach the problem area. A molar on the upper left side. Feels strange. You apply a little pressure to the tooth and it slides free from its moorings. It's as if nothing was ever holding it in place to begin with. As the tooth comes free in your hand, an image etches itself into your mind. A great chamber, hazy in form and outline. Clouds of red mist that fill the air, perfuming it with salt and copper. Great columns stretching up from the ground to pierce the sky. And above it all, the enormous grinding gears of a broken machine. In the distance, you can hear a sound. A desperate, frantic pounding. Something enormous at the door. Many somethings, all desperate to get in. Scrabbling and scratching and scraping, but unable to find purchase. The way in is locked. You feel a tremendous sense of accomplishment. You've done it. The others are trapped outside, blind and starving, unable to pass through the door. The chamber and what lies beyond it are yours. A shrill giggling noise fills the air, like the laughter of a small child mixed with the shivering screech of countless violins. The sound reverberates down your spine like an electric current. The intoxicating aroma of meat fills your nostrils. You have been starving for 1,000 years. Soon, it will be time to feed. And just like that, it's over. The images fade, dissipating like vapor. Only the tooth in your hand remains. Guys, I think we need to do something about the walled city like yesterday. Whatever the fuck is going on in the walled city needs to stop. Or I I don't think I'm going to be around much longer. Holy shit, yeah, the tooth part wasn't even the dream. We had a horrifying dream and we woke up with a tooth gone. Alright, we have one unread message. Or I guess we don't. It says we have unread message. Doesn't seem like it though, weird. Alright. Alright, nothing new on there. No pay data to post either. Alright. So we are good here and we are ready to go on a run then. Yeah, get it together, Walled City. Jeez. Absolutely terrifying. So I think we should start with our most pressing issue. Go ahead and run up over here. Oh, we're not in the right place? We are not in the right place. Yeah, we need to talk to the captain and make sure that Gobbet isn't in trouble. Because for anybody that missed it last time, Gobbet was worried about her friends in her old home, which was a big-ass boat that they converted into a small colony. And she was a little bit worried about what happened to them because one of them had a talisman that was A, very powerful, and B, appeared to have some bad juju about it. So it looks like she went after them, and we should probably see how they're doing. Oh god, Emperor! That's all the more horrifying because I can hear it in my head very vividly. Let's go ahead and save the game. There we go. Jomo stands at the edge of the dock, smoking a hand-rolled cigarette as he stares out over the river. As you approach, he lifts a hand in greeting. Oh there, come to admire the river with Jomo? I have a bottled baijiu we can share. Not right now, Jomo, I need a favor. What favor can Jomo do for you? You need a body dumped at sea? I can do it fast and no one will see. Maybe you need to hide cargo on a beach? Make a map with X marks the spot? Captain Jomo bursts into hearty laughter, slapping his side in mirth. I need you to take me to the sinking ship. Ah, easy, I know where that heap of junk is. Lead the way, then. Oh god, all we can take is Isabel? It's just me and Isabel? Oh god. I mean, hopefully we're gonna run into her on the ship, but, that means no, drone rigger? No Duncan? Basically, my heaviest hitters are staying home. Oh, I don't like that one bit. No, this is dangerous. Like, Isabel's a good decker, but she's not great in a stand-up fight, so... Oh, this is dangerous. This is very dangerous. Yeah, basically, we gotta try and stealth. Otherwise, we could be in a lot of trouble here. I've seen that too, Malkill. I love that animation. No, we can't. Like, normally every character you can take in the run is listed right here, and all it's got is Isabel. So that's real bad. Alright, well, Isabel's got all of her stuff at least. Different Isabel, slightly. Yeah, you know, I don't like this. Hung Hom Bay. Captain Jomo's converted speedboat chops through the rough water like a cleaver through chicken bones, launching you skyward with every wave that it hits. Your destination? The sinking ship, Gobbet's former home. The orc pirate laughs and opens the throttle. Wind and rain lash your face as the floating amalgam of shipping containers grows larger. You can see that it's stacked at least 3 containers deep, an inelegant brick of corrugated weathering steel. An assortment of pontoons, buoys, and other flotation devices have been lashed to the base of the raft to keep it from tipping. You don't know what's happening here, why Gobbet felt the need to go face it alone, but one way or another, you're about to find out. Alright, my character has all of the equipment he needs for the moment. I'm happy with that. Hey, Val! Welcome in, Val. How are you doing today? How is your stream? What were you playing? Tell me everything. Hope you're doing well. Laughs for the chat, beams for the beam thrown. The scramble up the side of the sinking ship was treacherous. You hauled yourself up over the edge with your heart hammering in your chest, clawing for purchase against the wind and driving rain. Walking on the surface deck isn't much better. The steel that you're standing on is thick sheeted with water from the rainstorm that hammers down from above. Every time you shift your weight, you can feel your feet begin to slide. There are no safety rails in sight. A slip, a rogue wave, wouldn't take much to send you screaming over the edge of the raft into the dark water below. This thing is a wreck. Isabel gingerly prods at a rusted section of the container that you're standing on with her boot. It depresses easily, with entirely too much give. I can't believe that Goblin ever chose to live here. From her descriptions of the sinking ship, I didn't expect it to be this bad. Yeah, she always told me the lady in charge. What was her name? Melinda? Malvina. She always told me that Malvina was a control freak, all obsessed with order and cleanliness. And Cadmus was supposed to be a top-quality repair guy. She prods the patch of rust again, frowning. The steel flakes under her foot. This thing looks like it's in good repair to you? I take it that was a rhetorical quip. A sudden gust of wind buffets you, sending you sliding. Isabel drops to a crouch, clinging to the metal with a gloved hand to keep herself from slipping. She looks up, locks her dark eyes on you. We should get moving. It's dangerous up here, and my gear is getting soaked. Let's see, agreed. Let's find Gobbet and make sure she's alright. She nods. You take the lead. I'll follow. Alright, objectives. Find Gobbet, investigate the disturbance, and get below deck. Alright, we can do this. Devil rats! Don't let them bite you! Another swarm! Kill it! Oh shit! Oh, they're helping? Oh, those guys are helping! Oh god, we're surrounded though! Shit! Alright, this is bad. Hey, plushie! Have a good rest. Thanks for stopping by. Always nice to see you. Hope you're having a good week so far. No shit, rats! Alright, let me see if I can nuke a couple of these right off the bat. Live! Live! I'm gonna try! That didn't kill it? What the shit? Oh my god, this thing's tough. There's like no cover over here either. Alright, I got that one killed off the bat at least. Isabel should probably run because she's kinda squishy. Let's just have her get back here for right now. Oh god, they're coming! Oh god, I can't move! They got me boxed in! Let's hit this guy with an acid stream. Oh god, now all I can do is move over here. Which I'm gonna do. And then Isabel, grenade launcher, please. Oh god, that hits me too, damn it. You know what? Sacrifices need to be made. Isabel, keep hitting him. 22 damage! Alright, that's not good. Oh god, that was a bad idea. Alright. Holy shit! Oh, God, that hurt real bad. Rats of Nim got pissed. Books on her, no! That emote's amazing, though. Holy shit. Perchance the stream, I thought the rats were supposed to flee a sinking ship. They're totally off-brand right now. I'm disappointed. Been crazy, went to a con, borked my car when I got back. Oh, no. Had birthday, happy belated birthday. Had doctor, too many week. That sounds like a hell of a week. I hope the weekend coming up is looking better for you. A little bit of time to rest, relax, recuperate. All those nice things. The woman by the fire looks like she hasn't seen a bar of soap in weeks. Her companion doesn't look much better. Their faces are streaked with soot and grime that the rain seems impotent to wash away. Glad to see that you made it through that in one piece. The woman smiles at you, revealing a set of crooked teeth. Please, come sit at the fire and get warm. Yeah, sure. Thanks for your hospitality. Her smile widens. Of course, we don't get strangers here often, and it's far too miserable out to turn away a guest. Hey, you helped us out back there. I appreciate it. She smiles weakly. Of course. I'm just hoping you'll be willing to return the favor. We could really use the help. I got some questions. If you two are locals, maybe you can answer them. They exchange uneasy glances. Sure. She tries on a smile. Ask away. Well, for starters, what are your names? My name is Kara Leung. She jerks her thumb to the rotund man huddled by her side. That's Patrick Lowe. He lifts his doughy face from the fire to squint at you. Hey, welcome aboard. So you two are the welcoming committee? Yes, Malvina told us. His companion cuts in. We were told to keep position up here and watch out for incoming vessels. Piracy is always a threat in these waters. I can't tell you how happy we were to see a couple of friendly faces on deck. How do you know that we're friendly? We're heavily armed strangers and you only just met us. She chuckles. If you wanted to kill us, you'd done it already, right? Besides, we know you aren't pirates. You haven't tried to rob us yet. So when did devil rats first start appearing on here? A couple of months ago, I think? The days kind of flow together out here. It's hard to say. They only started getting aggressive a couple of weeks ago, though. How many people live on this ship? Beats me. Population's been going down recently, though, I'll tell you that much. A lot of the ship is barricaded, off limits. We have no idea how many people are living in those sections now. When I first arrived on the sinking ship, there were at least a couple hundred souls on board. Attrition being what it is, I guess there are maybe 70 of us left? Like you said, it's hard to say. No offense, you two don't seem very well equipped to fight against those things. None taken. We're squatters, not soldiers. We're doing our best, but I'd be lying if I said we weren't glad to have professionals on board. Want to tell us why your raft is crawling with those things? Their smile fades. We don't know. First it was just a nuisance, but lately it's been getting a lot worse. Those little monsters are threatening our nest. We try to kill them, but they keep coming back. We'll help you with your rat problem, but you need to help us first. He turns to his companion. Refresh my memory. Didn't we just help peel a swarm of devil rats off them a few seconds ago? Isabel heels to the man, scowling. We didn't ask you to do that. We could have handled the rats on our own. We're looking for a friend. She sighs. All right, describe this friend of yours to me. She's young, about my age, orcish with a shaved scalp and dreadlocks. You seen her? I'm afraid not. I wish that we had, but we don't get many strangers here. So, how about it? Will you help with our rat infestation or not? Yeah, I guess I can help. She breathes a sigh of relief. The rats have been a huge problem for us. Between the damage that they inflict and the disease they carry, they made it impossible for us to keep our regular maintenance duties on the raft. If you follow us, we'll lead you down below decks. With your help, we'll get the ship cleaned out again. Alright, lead the way, we'll follow. The hatch down below is just over this way. We'll show you down. Alright, before I go down, I am still in really bad shape, I think. Yeah, I'm still in really bad shape. Does Isabel... Yeah, Isabel, I'm going to need you to use one of your med kits on me. Thank you. At least now we know what to eat around here, I suppose. Alright, now where was that hatch? I thought it was right nearby. I don't see it all of a sudden. Up, it's up here, getcha. Alright. A shallow pool of standing water is gathered on the platform, separating it from an access hatch at the edge of the raft. Electricity arcs over the surface of the pool in angry spider webs of white-blue light. Whoa, hold up. Damned anti-boarding system's gone haywire again. He points to the crackling pool. Look, it isn't draining the way it's supposed to. She slams the heel into the deck, her face flushing red in frustration. Again? We just fixed the pump last week. Anti-boarding system? Isabel looks up from the crackling pool, fixes her eyes on the locals. What the hell is this? Bad idea, that's what. Blame the Shadowrunners that lived on this thing before we did. It's like an anti-theft system on a car, only a lot meaner. When it gets tripped, the channel floods, and the ship's power gets shunted into the water. It can deliver a hell of a shock. She shakes her head at the cracking pool, scowling. Only now it seems to trigger randomly, and the pump that we installed as a workaround has started breaking down at the drop of a hat. Why didn't you just disable the damn thing in the first place? We tried. Lost 3 engineers trying. In the end, we decided just to go with a workaround. No pool, no shocks. Well, that was the theory anyway. Well, it isn't that dangerous, all things considered. He glances at you and Isabel, sizes you up. You got boots on, right? You could probably make it across without... Isabel cuts him off, a serious look on her face. It's pouring out. We're both drenched, and that thing has to be putting out a lot of voltage for those arcs to be visible like that. Trying to cross that pool as is would be a bad idea. A really bad idea. Maybe we can find a way to drain the water? Yeah, that pump over there. She points to a rusted hunk of machinery at the edge of the pool. Guessing that's the one that isn't working? Yeah, that's the one. It's supposed to keep this part of the deck clear, but it keeps breaking down. She shakes her head in disgust. Stupid, stupid thing. I swear, it must have burned through 4 different fuses in the past 2 weeks. We'll try fixing the pump first. Doesn't work, we'll try looking around for another solution. She turns away from the dwarf, sneering. One that doesn't involve crossing on foot? Alright, see what we can do then. Alright, get a good rest, plushie. Thanks again for stopping in. No, I'm not taking the chance. It's such a horrible idea. Oh my god. Before you sits a very worn and very non-functional water pump. An ancient hose snakes down from the pump in a drainage chain along the deck. Looks pretty busted. Maybe we could fix it with some of the junk that's littering the deck? Upon closer inspection, you see that this pump suffers from its clear signs of neglect. Years of near constant use and deferred maintenance have taken their toll on the machine, and it's recently broken down. Heavy scoring and burn patterns also indicate the reason why the pump isn't working. A blown fuse. Isabel, can you fix this? She studies the broken mechanism, frowning. Afraid not. If it were a computer, I could probably do something with it, but I'm not much of a mechanic. If you find a replacement fuse, I can slot it for you. Anything else, you're on your own. Alright, well, let's look around then, see if we can find a replacement fuse around here. I mean, there appears to be a lot of junk around. Maybe we'll get lucky. It tossed me! Oh god! Oh hey, a grenade! Okay. I'll give that to Isabel, I think. Can I? I have to drag it, there we go. Oh, and a flashbang grenade, holy shit. Alright, I'll take this grenade. She can take the flashbang. Well, that's amazing. Oh god, don't use pennies as a replacement for a fuse, please. A heavily rusted wheel has been mounted to one of the containers here. The floor grates here look similar to the ones near all the flooding. She examines the grates, frowning. Yeah, I think all of this might be connected. Hydraulic, maybe. I can see some lines running under the lip of this container. This might be the solution to our flooding problem. I mean, that is, you can get the wheel to budge. There might be another way. I'm not that beefy, unfortunately. take a look over here. Oh, there's some more folks over here. Hopefully they're friendly. One of the locals looks up at the sound of your approach. The others remain huddled against the low fire, their backs hunched against the pelting rain. You need something, boy? If not, shove off. This fire's taken. The water pump on the other side of the deck blew a fuse. You know where I can find a new one? Maybe. Could be a new fuse anywhere up here. We tend not to throw things away like that away. He shrugs. Check the piles. That's where bits and bobs usually wind up. I'd watch my hands if I were you, though. Rats have been known to hide in those piles. The old man chuckles, nods. He's right. Might get chewed on if you're not careful. Hey, we're looking for a friend of ours. Maybe you've seen her? I doubt it. We mostly keep to ourselves up here. She's a new arrival. An orc about my age, calls herself Gobbet. Seen her around? Never heard of her. If you haven't seen Gobbet, maybe you could tell me about Malvina. Is she still in charge of the raft? Yeah, but if you want to talk to her, you're going to have to go down below. Boss lady stays down there by the water line. I'd stay away if I were you, though. Why? Just do yourself a favor and do as he says, girl. Do us all a favor and get back on that trash heap you floated in on. Promise you'll be happier for it if you do. I need you to tell me what's happening on this boat. The old man grunts. It's raining. That wasn't what he meant. Tell us about the devil rats. The younger local cuts in. Strange things have been happening here ever since the beginning. But yeah, things have been odder than usual lately. Those damned rats are a big part of that. With all the people who've been getting sick, I've been considering packing up and moving away. He chuckles to himself. But I got no place else to go. Been here for about 5 years now, and everybody I care about lives on this raft. So, here I stay. Go then, shove off. The old man makes a brushing motion with the back of his hand. You're smart, you won't stop till you hit dry land. Yeah, this place is creepy as heck. Nothing here. Replacement fuse! You hear a rustling sound. 2 beady eyes lock with yours. Oh god, there's a devil right there. Let's just go hot then. See if we can take this thing out. Let's see. Oh, he's got cover, damn it. Let's see if we can hit him with some damage over time. Whew. Okay, just the one though, I think. Oh, thank goodness. Yeah, too bad the gun show's not in town. Seriously, we could use Duncan for this. Mr. Fluffy! He's gone. Alright, let's replace the blown fuse then. You eject the pump's blown fuse, it clatters to the deck below. With a deft motion, you click the intact fuse that you discovered into place. Lights on the pump's control panel go from red to green, and the little machine rattles back to life. Whew, and there goes all the water and all the danger. Oh shit! More rats! So many rats! Oh god, oh, don't surround me! Alright, Max has the ability to get out, and he's gonna take that. So Max, you take up some cover back here. And then, unfortunately, that means he can't use his AoE, which friggin' sucks. Isabel? Grenade launcher, please. Wow, that's handy. Alright, that takes care of it. Wipes out most of them. Trey Dog, I jinxed it. Of course I jinxed it. Oh, jeez. I wish I still had my AoE. I do not, so let's just... I got one of them there. Hopefully those guys have turns. They don't! Come on! It's only 1 damage, that's good. Ow! Thank you! Oh, miss, come on. Isabella, can you finish this thing off? Whew! Okay. That was a little frightening. Hey, Lost, welcome in. How are you doing today? I'm going to make a save even though we just used a bunch of resources. So this isn't exactly an ideal save. Still, I'd like to have a save on hand, just in case. Video game trope accomplished. Yay. Alright, let's get below decks. Upon descending the ladder, you find yourself in the cramped confines of the shipping container. Interior walls have been erected of corrugated aluminum, and doors have been cut to allow passage from compartment to compartment. The air down here is ripe with the odor of rotting garbage. Sorry about the state of the place. The rats have kept our work crews too busy to worry about hauling garbage. But now that you're here, we'll be able to set things right. Kill off those little bastards once and for all. Let's see. Before we go about the rats, I want you to take me to somebody in a position of authority on this wreck. Malvina or Cadmus, say. Or Gobbet. We don't know anyone named Gobbet. Cadmus is sick. He's in the quarantine wing. Probably doesn't have long. Malvina's below us on the lower deck. She's a busy woman, though. She's the only one who keeps this place afloat. Take us to Malvina. I want a word with her. Follow us. We'll take you right to her. Spreading happiness and cheer wherever he goes. It's a beautiful thing. Alright, so they went through this door, I think. Local inhabitant. A middle-aged woman with a slouching posture stands with her back to a reinforced door. With a languid motion, she turns her head to stare at you. New folks, I'll be damned. She shifts her position with a grunt. Hell are you doing in here? Are we looking for a friend of ours? Maybe you've seen her? She shakes her head. Nope, ain't seen your friend. Sorry. How do you even know what our friend looks like yet? How can you say that for sure? No one's come down here today but you. Not a soul. Didn't see anyone yesterday either. I can't remember much past then. She smiles, revealing this crumbling set of nicotine-stained teeth. Bad memory. Can't do a thing about it. Who are you? Name's Lisa. You can call me Lise, though. Everyone on the raft does. What's behind that door there? She runs her tongue over her teeth. Storage closet. Nothing worthwhile in there. Don't even know why they have me stand watch over the thing. Those are the rules, right? Can't question the rules. If there's nothing worthwhile in there, then it couldn't hurt to have us look around, could it? She frowns, thinking. I guess it couldn't. I mean, you can't steal nothing, can you? Yeah, so how about it? Will you open the door for us? She reaches back and pulls the lever. You hear the metallic scrape of the door unlatching itself. Here you go. Knock yourselves out. Alright. Let's see what this is first. The door is heavily reinforced and barricaded. Take a bulldozer to get it open. What's that creepy little area? You can get through here, though. Interesting. The woman standing guard duty nods in acknowledgement. Strangers, you picked a bad time to come visit. We weren't visiting, we're looking for a friend. And you're out of luck. I haven't seen anyone from outside of quarantine in weeks. You want to talk to someone, talk to the dwarf. I'm busy. She hefts her weapon, her eyes glued to the door. I need to keep my eyes open for more of them little bastards. We can't let any more of them sneak in here, not after what happened to Simon. Best of luck. Alright, let's go talk to the dwarf, then. See what he knows. Unseasonably hot, but had a relaxing day off. It's the same over here. I think it hit 80 degrees Fahrenheit today, which is insane. Delicious void juice. A stocky dwarf leans up against the wall of the container room. His skin is sallow, and it hangs off his bulky frame like a half-deflated balloon. You saw plenty of sick people back in the Barrens. Addicts, BTL heads, people whose immune systems have been ravaged by disease. This guy looks worse. Hello, stranger. Don't see too many new faces on the raft these days. He sighs. But you're here, so you want something. Now what would that be? Isabel pushes forward. We're friends of Gobbet's. Seen her around? He chuckles. Friend, if you're looking for Gobbet, you're about 3 years too late. Friend ain't here. You've stumbled in the worst kind of place to be lost. What's your name, friend? Me? I'm nobody important. He coughs into his sleeve. The sound is alarmingly wet. Just a man waiting to die. You haven't seen Gobbet lately, have you? Nope, haven't seen the girl in years. I'd love to, mind you. She was a good friend way back. What is wrong with this place? Aside from the uninvited guests, you mean? He struggles to stifle another cough. We got a rat problem. We've noticed. Don't let what's happening to me happen to you, too. You want my advice, you get out of here, and you do it before you get bit. He gestures at the sweat-damp heaps of cloth that line the walls around him. If you don't, you might just end up on your deathbed here, right by my side. We'll leave you in peace. Yeah, you do that. If you should happen to find Gobbet, bring her by. I haven't seen her in a long time. Do me good to talk to her again before I die of this damn disease. Alright, he's got nothing else to say. Whew, turret's arc, that's brutal. Fuzzy Dimples, work is over and it's time to take my butt to bed. Alright, Fuzzy, thank you so much for hanging out with us. I hope you have a fantastic rest and we will see you around. Yeah, basically, Valishit. It's actually based on a tabletop game as well. So that's probably why. Alright, what else are we doing? It's through here, I guess. What is this? Some tags. They seem relatively fresh. The locals up ahead beckon you forward. Just up this way, through this door here. As you approach, something catches your eye. A vent in the walls behind the locals. Movement. Something living must be hidden inside. Behind you! More devil rats! Panic-stricken, they begin to turn, their weapons raised. There is a flurry of motion and something large explodes out of the vent. Gobbet lands in a crouch, her weapon raised. Don't go in there! It's a trap! Oh shit! It was a trap! And that's Gobbet, I think, so that's awesome. I don't know what either of these dudes' deal is, but they're in the toxic fog. See if we can take him out quickly. Oh, that is a bad time to miss. And Isabel, can you hit him with a grenade launcher from that far back? No, you cannot. But you can... say advance up to here? I really want to get her some cover, but... oh, let's get her some cover. It's fine. Let's not take this too risky. We've already taken too much. And they're going to take damage from that fog anyway, so that's nice. Alright, Isabel. Whew. The bloodied local tosses his gun aside and raises a pair of trembling hands. His eyes have gone wide with terror. I'm sorry. We didn't want to do it. We didn't have a choice. The words come spilling out in a frantic babble. It ordered us to. What it? What are you talking about? Explain yourself. I don't know what it is. It talks with Malvina's voice, but it isn't her. Helpless tears streamed down his cheeks, clinging to his skin like beads of dew on a leaf. If you want to live, you have to do what it says. I'm going to let you live. Don't make me regret it. The squatter collapses against the wall, sobbing uncontrollably. Gobbet dusts herself off and paces towards you. Hey, Iz. Hey, Seattle. I remember inviting you on this run, but I guess I'm glad you could make it. She jerks her head towards the squatter's ruined body. You're welcome, by the way. Are you alright? We came looking for you. Really? Thought you were visiting the sinking ship for its wonderful food and beautiful views. She flashed you a weak smile. And, yeah, I'm okay. Look, I'm sorry about the sudden entrance and everything. I wish that I'd had time to explain what was going down, but I didn't, because, well... She shrugs. Trap. Yeah, you mentioned that. What kind of trap are we talking about? Kind where you end up dead? Look, I don't know exactly what they were planning to do, but I've seen them lead people through those doors before. She gestures towards the heavy double door at the end of the hall. The people who I watched go in there never came back out again. Not a one. They'd just scream, and when the doors opened up, they'd be gone. Well, thanks for the warning. She shrugs. I'll mention it. There's a long, awkward pause. Finally, Isabel steps forward. So, now that we're all back together, do you want to tell us why you came back here by yourself? We'd have gone with you, Gobbet. All that you had to do is tell us. She raised her hands. Yeah, I know, but I figured this one was on me, and I didn't want to wait another minute. Besides, I had a plan. You're on a boat full of hostiles, by yourself, in the dead of night, being hunted by devil rats. It doesn't sound like a great plan to me. I didn't come back here to fight, Seattle. This is a recon mission. I wanted to scope the place out. It'd be easier to do that solo than it would have been dragging you two along. No offense. None taken. I know how I am with stealth. So, you've scoped the place out. Fine. Mission accomplished. Do you know what you're doing now? Yeah, this place is fucked. I'm gonna sink it. Sorry, wait a second. What? The sinking ship is doomed, Seattle. I can feel that the second I set foot aboard. She checks herself. Earlier than that, even. On some level, I think that I could feel it back home. So I couldn't stop thinking about the place. Whatever's happening here, it's wrong. This whole place feels off to me, somehow. Maybe even toxic. I came back to find my friends, Cadmus and Malvina, to check on them. Instead, I found a swarm of man-eating rats, a death trap, and a bunch of squatters who seem intent on killing me. Her tone becomes brisk. So, I'm going to kill them right back. And I'm going to use the scuttling charges that are still embedded in the hull to do that. I already handled the ones on this level, but I haven't gone down below yet. We need to activate the charges below the waterline if we're going to bring this sucker down. And that's where you're heading next? Downward? Not quite, on account of the trap. I don't know how to get past it yet. She frowns. Minor setback, right? So my next step was to figure that out. Makes sense to me. Time to go ask some pointed questions, then? She nods enthusiastically. Somebody on this level must know how to get past the thing. I'd put money on Cadmus knowing if we could find him. He was always more of a mechanic than he was a shaman. Alright, let's go then. Let's see, Groshin, welcome in. How are you doing today, Groshin? So yeah, Valshin, it is a turn-based tactical game. So everybody gets a turn, everybody gets an AP that they can spend on actions, and once my team has spent all their actions, or I just don't want to spend them, then the other team gets a turn same way. Oh god, Turretark, that's really brutal. Sorry to hear that. Oh yeah, Valshin, that makes sense. Oh no, Emperor's work being brutal today. Sorry to hear that. Alright, let's head back a little bit first. Actually, what's this maintenance notice? All lower decks are off limits until further notice. Maintenance. Yeah, maybe. Relatively fresh tags. Let's see what's in here. The man standing before you looks cleaner than most of the other squatters on the sinking ship. There's no streaks of grease on his cheeks, and his clothes look freshly laundered. He leers at you as you approach. Well, what have we here? Strangers on our humble raft, exploring our leaking bowels. The man grins, revealing a cavernous gap in his teeth. He hefts a snifter brimming with cognac in salute. Welcome to the sinking ship, strangers. Now, tell me what you want. Who are you? You may address me as Mercurio. He bows slightly, the cognac sloshing in his glass. At your service. What do you, do here on the raft? A bit of this, a bit of that. I'm an artist. Or rather, I used to be. Artist and a socialite, and a man about town. He spreads his hands. By town, I mean raft, of course. Now, I mostly find myself shut away here on the sinking ship's upper deck. I've been festering away here for months, desperately clinging to the finer things in life. He sniffs. Quite the tale of woe, really. Is it? You just loiter around and socialize? A fine and noble profession. He takes another sip, swilling the brandy in his mouth. But you're a street-level operative now. Blue-collar work. I wouldn't expect you to understand. Now, if that'll be quite all... He glances at the door. Yeah, I'll leave you to your business. Okay. That's a character right there. Hey, LTG! Thank you for a 65-month resub there. Kamen Rider FaZe is getting a new show? Interesting. Weird to see him going back to the well, and that also. That's interesting. But how are you doing today, LTG? Thank you so much for the support. How's everything going with you today? Ah, gotcha, Emperor. So the people who led us onto the boat tried to kill us? And they said it was on Malvina's orders? Except Malvina's not Malvina. She's some thing that speaks with Malvina's voice. So yeah, thanks. But we did find Gobbet. And Gobbet's here, and she has decided that we need to sink the sinking ship. So she's going to set off the scuttling charges. So that's our goal now. Get below decks, and then blow up the ship so it sinks. Things have gone bad, and there's no fixing it, basically. Dex Platinum! Dex, thank you for a 49-month resub. Jesus, these numbers are too damn high. It's the economy these days. All the numbers are too damn high. How are you doing, Dex? Hope you're doing well. Hope your week is going well, and thank you for the support. I appreciate that. We're transforming it into the sunk ship. There you go. Alright, what else we got going on over here? Ooh, hello. A slender human woman in shabby overalls looks up from work with a frown. You can't help but notice the scars on her neck. Her eyes flit from you to Isabel. When they land on Gobbet, her face lights up. I'll be damned, Gobbet? Oh, Yasmin, it's good to see you again. Yeah, you too. How the hell have you been all these years? On a different boat, funny enough. Yas, I'm a little out of the loop with what's happening here. Can you do us a solid and fill us in? Yeah, we're not supposed to talk about it, but I'll let you know what I know. Alright, just tell us what's happening here. She looks uneasy. Well, we're all struggling to deal with the devil rat infestation. You probably know about them. With all the rats around, there aren't many volunteers for the maintenance crews anymore. It's lonely out here. She abruptly stops talking. Her cheeks flush red. That's it. That's all I have to say. Yes, you're talking to me here. Tell me what's going on. I can't help you if I don't know what's happening. Emperor, thank you for the gift sub to Turatark. Numbers go up or bribe gift sub number 1,338. I'm a little surprised. I thought you were going to stop at Leet. But thank you for that anyway. I appreciate that kind of it. But numbers are good. I mean, numbers in my bank account are good. Numbers on price stickers are bad. And Shannon, how is everything going with you? Hope you're doing well. That does feel like a drink moment. Let's get a drink. Yay, numbers go upper. Yay. Yasmin's eyes dart up and down the hall, scanning for anyone who might be coming. Her hands begin to shake. After a moment, she leans towards Gobbet and lowers her voice to a whisper. Yeah, all right. She swallows. The raft is cursed. I think I know what you're talking about, Yaz. I could feel it all the way back home. But tell me more. I want to hear it from you. Malvina isn't in charge here anymore. She's gone now. I think she may be dead. And whatever it is that's taking her place, it's horrible. I don't even know what it is, but it isn't human. And the worst part is, it talks over the intercom using her voice. She claps a hand over her mouth, her eyes wide. Her entire body is shaking. Thanks, Yaz, that helps. Believe it or not, it helps. She nods mutely, struggling to calm herself. Have you had any close encounters with the devil rats? Yeah, don't go downstairs unless you absolutely have to. The lower decks are absolutely crawling with the things. I'll leave you to your work. Yeah, thanks. Be careful out there. Can we take a peek at her terminal? Water drips from a leak in the ceiling to spatter against the case of this ancient terminal. It's a miracle this thing is still functional. A blinking green cursor awaits your input. Let's see. New regs. Let's go ahead and read through all this. Just catch up on chat real quick. Alright, Dax, thanks for stopping by and saying hello and dropping some support. You have a great rest and we will see you around. Oh god, Shannon, that's horrifying. I'm so sorry. Nothing ruined except the flooring, though. The base floor is concrete. That's good. That is extremely fortunate. Whew. Yeah, that could have been a lot worse then. Alright, new regs. From Anson Chung Sun to Malvina Beasley. We need to talk about these new regulations that you keep handing down. Look, I used to be a merchant marine. I get it. I know how important procedure is on a boat. I know the mindset that you're working against. But some of these new regs are bordering on draconian, and they're getting in the way of our maintenance crews downstairs. Order is a good thing, micromanaging isn't. So let's talk about it, okay? ACS. Damned rats. From Anson to Cadmus. We've had a hell of an infestation going on in the lower levels, and we need to start doing something about it. Can I count on you and your boys to help me with this? I know that M would frown on what we're proposing, but she isn't doing anything to help. We have to take matters into our own hands before things get ugly. Quarantine. From Anson to Cadmus. This was exactly what I was afraid of, see? Those bloody rats have eaten us out of house and home, and now that their food supply is gone, they've decided to turn on us. Pretty clear that M can't or won't use her magic to fix this. It's on us to deal with the fallout. I've had the upstairs maintenance crews set aside a couple of containers as a quarantine area / sick room. It's inevitable that we're going to start seeing people getting sick, and we need a place to shelve them. If we don't do this, we're going to have a panic on our hands. Vitus deaths aren't pretty. And meeting is the last one. From Anson to Yasmin. Yaz, tell your brother that I got his note, and that I'll be there. I don't know what all of this is about, but I have a guess, and if I'm right, well, I'm in. Things have to change around here for all of our sakes. Interesting. Alright, what's through here? Whoa, what's with all the blood in here? The squatter is in need of immediate medical attention. Her torso is a gory mess, and an ever-expanding pool at her feet tells you she's well on her way to bleeding out. She peers at you through sunken eyes set in an alarmingly gray face. Please, help me. I'm going to use my healing magic. Calm yourself, I can heal you. The strange energies of your magic wash over her, erasing the hole in her abdomen. Gradually, her eyes focus and the color returns to her face. Shakily, she extends a hand in greeting. I don't know who you are, strangers, but you just saved my life. If I can ever return the favor, you let me know. Hey, what's her name, friend? Maria Lamb. My friends call me Sparrow. Good to meet you, Sparrow. She chuckles. Better luck for me now that I met you. If I hadn't, I think I'd have bled out by now. How'd you get shot? It's part of the last mutiny attempt. Made it through that all right, but I guess I also made some enemies. I don't know who shot me, but it's a fair bet that someone in this boat's holding a grudge. I'm gonna let you get on with your day. Alright, but if you ever need anything else, you know where to find me. Alright, and we might. I just remembered there was a guy that said he wanted to see Gobbet, so let's see if we can send Gobbet over there real quick. Have a chat. Here we go. The dwarf's milky eyes track you as you approach. A wave of recognition washes over his face, but his movements remain lethargic. Eventually, he manages to slur out a few words. Gobbet, back after all this time. Yeah, sorry it's taken so long. Gobbet stares at the dwarf wide-eyed. It's good to see you again, Cad. Holy shit, it's Cadmus. Gobbet's told me about you. How are you feeling? Perfect. Thanks for asking. He struggles to contain a burst of coughing. I mean, I'm dying, and my home has gone to shit, and we're probably going to sink into the bay, but otherwise I'm great. With a visible effort, he shifts his focus to Gobbet. Welcome home, girl. Been a long time. He swallows. Cadmus, Save it. I'm not mad. He squeezes his eyes shut. Mostly just happy to hear your voice again. It's good to have a friend. Tell us what's happening here. Bad things. A lot of good people died. Something's gone rotten on this raft, Gobbet. You know what I mean. Toxic. Yeah, I can feel it too. I can feel it all the way back home. Her throat moves, but it takes a moment for her voice to catch up. Cadmus, where are our friends? What happened to Yasmin, Anson, Malvina? Anson's dead. He never even made it to the sick room, just disappeared. But I know where he went. He stabs a finger downward at the floor. Yasmin's still with us. Small favors, right? But the fight's gone out of her. She's content to do what she's told and tremble. Malvina ain't Malvina anymore. What is she? I don't know what she is. It's definitely toxic, but as for what it is... His voice trails off. Cadmus stares up at Gobbet helplessly. Malvina went off the rails because that damn bauble I gave her. That's what happened, isn't it? It ain't her, Gobbet. It's something else. He struggles to contain another cough. Eventually it passes. But yeah, that shiny red egg that you and Swee lifted is the cause of it, I think. The ugliness was already inside of her, but that thing brought it out. She squeezes her eyes shut, balls her hands into fists. Shit. Yeah, guns are scary in Shadowrun. You shotgun somebody at close range, it's gonna vaporize them. Red mist. Let's see. Baking soda plus vinegar? I know borax. Borax and a little bit of sugar water is the trick I always used with ants. Works very well. Let's see. Cadmus, you said that Malvina isn't herself anymore, so what is she? Alright, hang on. No, you know what? It isn't your fault, Gobbet. You had to give her that thing to stop the mutiny. I know it was Seattle. I know what I had to do. No regrets. I'm pretty fucking angry about what happened afterwards. You and me both, kid. I'm as angry as I've ever been. Twice as frightened. His chest heaves as a deep bronchial cough racks his body. With a grimace of distaste, he spits out a wad of bloody phlegm. You haven't seen what happened to Malvina. What she's become. You need to rest. We should put this on hold and... He raises a hand, cutting her short. Got no time to rest. You need to hear this. What we're up against. You ever heard of a rat king? It's an old folklore thing. Bunch of rats all fused together, their tails all wrapped and twisted into a great big knot. That's what Mal's become. I don't know how many different spirits she's tied her essence to. The last time I opened my third eye to her, I couldn't see where they ended and she began. What does that even mean? I've never heard of. Means she ain't human anymore, girl. Her aura is bound to other things. Alien things. All tangled and twisted and grown together. They're all one being now. Rat King. Talks like Malvina, but it ain't her anymore. Is she possessed then? No. Best I can tell, she invited this. Welcomes it. Malvina and the things she's tied to are all one being now. A collective. And listen to him talk. They like it that way. Another long, wet cough interrupts his speech. He wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. Oh, we've got a lot of questions for this guy. Rooks! Those emotes are so appropriate for the time. Oh my god. Cadmus, you seem pretty sick, buddy. He grins. Between his sunken eyes and his hollow cheeks, the end result is ghastly. Ill? I'd say so. Deathly ill. Vitus is a real bitch. Even a neutered strain like this one can really knock you out on your ass. It'll be okay, Cad. You're a dwarf and a shaman. That's 2 big points in your favor. You're gonna walk this off, you'll see. Spare me the pep talk. I'm too tired to walk. He coughs into his sleeve. Cad. Save it. I know what my chances look like, and they ain't good. I've seen a lot of our friends loaded into these cots, Gobbet. They all went out in garbage bags. Anyway, he wrestles his mouth into a friendly smile. Let's talk about something else, huh? All this doom and gloom's getting to me. Brooks! I'm gonna blow my nose. I will be right back, chat. Don't go anywhere. Sorry about that. So Cadmus, that talisman that the Rat King is holding, the shiny object, do you have any idea how it works? I tried sensing it once. The only thing I took away from the experience was a migraine. Felt like there were railroad spikes buried behind my eyes for days. All I can tell you for certain is it still works. As long as the rat thing is connected to that thing, you can't hurt it. Any holes you put in its body will close up on its own. What are we expected to do against that? The bauble makes the thing unkillable, and you need to find a way to get the bauble away from it. Gobbet managed to do that during a Swee's rebellion. I bet that she could do it again. So, did you guys try to fight this Rat King? Yeah, I'd had enough. A lot of us had. So we took a page from old Swee's book. He offers you a sickly grin. You mutinied. He gestures at the writhing bodies on the cots of the sick. That's what's left of our side. Been locked in here for 5 days now, waiting for Vitus to finish the job. The rest of us got fed to the rats. It doesn't seem to have gone very well, then. The half-smile on his face evaporates. No, it didn't. Truth is, we weren't prepared for how many of those bastard rats Malvina had bred, and we weren't expecting our shipmates to fight on her behalf. Why would the others stop you from taking the ship back? That doesn't even make any sense. What do you think, girl? Fear. Fear of death? Fear of being gnawed apart by 100 vermin? Fear of that thing. They're saying the people here aren't brainwashed, they're just afraid. Scared shitless is a better way of putting it. I can't blame them. If anything, we're the crazy ones trying to fight that thing. If the Rat King's soldiers only serve it because they're afraid, maybe we can turn them away from it. Could do. Or they might rally around someone they know, or someone who they lived with and fought with for years. Guys, Gobbet. That was a subtle hint, girl. I got a better idea. We're gonna get you and your people into lifeboats, and then we're sending this raft to the bottom of the bay, and the Rat King is going with it. Can't mean that. This is our home. We got nowhere else to go, Gobbet. I am not going to let that thing force us to put the torch to this raft. You already tried it your way. Look what happened. Isabel steps in. Maybe it's good that you leave this place. I've lived in a place like this before. I've seen what it can do to people. She grew up in the walled city, Cad. And she knows what we've got to look forward to if you sink this raft. We sure as hell can't afford to live anywhere else. He cranes his neck to look up at Gobbet, pleading. Desperation burns in his eyes. Gobbet, listen. It isn't too late for the sinking ship. We can still turn this thing around. My mutiny failed because the Rat King knew things that we didn't. Yours can succeed if you'll try. She shakes her head obstinately. My gut says we should sink the raft. It said that from the moment I arrived here. That's what Rat wants me to do, so that's what I'm gonna do. Oh, jeez. Gobbet, Cadmus might be right. If we can drum up enough support, I think we could retake the sinking ship. Her eyes narrow. Have you forgotten the first lesson I taught you, Seattle? Always go with your gut. And my gut says... Spare us the lecture, Gobbet. Cadmus is right. You're going off half-cocked. Again. Truth is, we can save this raft if you want to. If you don't, tell us and we'll sink it. Look, Gobbet, things have changed since you decided to sink this raft. You can see that, right? She sets her jaw, draws a deep breath, then slowly releases it. Alright, Cad. If you're sure that you can keep up your end, I'd be willing to help you with your mutiny. If your people fuck it up, I'm sinking this thing, got it? Yeah, and thanks. With your help, we can do this. That remains to be seen. He waves her off. Go on, get moving, and convince as many people as you can to help us when the time comes. Whoever you don't bring around to our side is gonna fight against us, so be thorough, though. When you're ready for us to make our move, trigger the shipboard alarm systems. 2 blasts, then we'll start kicking in doors. Alright, Cad. 2 blasts starts the mutiny. But if we sound the alarm once and then leave it, you get your people the hell off this raft, got it? 1 blast means you're sinking the raft. You do that, I'm kicking your bony ass from here to Macau, but... Yeah, I hear you. Another long, wet cough racks his body. You got all that, stranger? You know what you're supposed to do? We convince people to join you, then trigger the alarm. 1 blast means we're sinking the raft. 2 means the mutiny's on. Got it. Good. Thanks. Gobbet, thank you. Does me good to know that you're with us on this. Alright! Oh god, I need to play Plague Tale. Plague Tale looks so cool. Gobbet straight to the nuclear option, basically. I don't blame her here. This place does look turbo-fucked. Alright, well, let's start convincing people to join our little army. Glad to have you on your side, stranger. When the time for the mutiny comes, you can count me in. Oh, she's easy at least. Head over this way. Guard turns to face you. You're back. Why? Look, the Rat King has ruled that for long enough down here. We're taking it down, and we could use your help. Her eyes go wide. You get yourself killed even talking like that. You get me killed with you. Get the hell out of here right now. I won't take part in another damned mutiny. Think, how does it help you for the Rat King to stay in control? She screeches and bull rushes you. I warned you not to talk! Oh god. Ow! God damn it! Well, I suppose better we take her down now than, wait until after the full mutiny starts. Let's see. She's not in cover, I don't think. We should be able to take her down quickly, at least. Whew! Alright! No damage to ourselves, I don't think. That's good. Yeah, we're still doing pretty good. Whew! Alright! Yeah, if there was ever a time and place for the nuclear option, this seems like it. Most definitely. Oh, jeez. Alright. Well, she's not joining, clearly. Keep trolling for supporters, then. Can we check back in this room? I don't think we did before. These scratches look like they were made by claws, but they were bigger than anything that a devil rat could make. Well, that's scary. Who's this guy? Another squatter, this one more beaten up than most. Bloody bandages wrap his knuckles, and one of his orbital sockets has been crushed, deforming the silhouette of his face. He appears at you with a mixture of suspicion and hostility. Don't recognize you. That means you're new here. His voice comes out in a hoarse croak. Picked a bad time to go sightseeing, outsider. You okay, man? You don't look so good. No, I'm not okay. I'm all beaten up and going blind in one eye. Now tell me what you want so you can be on I can be on my way. He spits out the word like venom. What's your name? My name? Ivan. Ivan Fu. That all? Can I go? Did the Rat King's people do this to you? No, I got caught in the crossfire. The mutineers did this to me. Thought I was with the Rat King. All I wanted to do was go home. Instead, my right eye only sees double now. I can hardly use my hands. The calmness of his voice belies the naked spite on his face. Thanks for asking. Like, tell me about the sinking ship. I want to hear your take on what's happening here. It's going to shit. Rats everywhere, people dying. Smells like a garbage scow. Grunts. Satisfy your curiosity, outsider. If there's anything more you can tell me, it's really important. Look, I ain't the damned welcoming committee. Just a bloody old man who wants to get back to his squat. Want to know more about the boat? Ask somebody else. I know you're hurting, but there are other ways to help than fighting. Oh, I can fight. Don't you worry about that. Glances down at his bandaged hands. Might be best if I waited a week or two, but even in the state I'm in, I can hold my own. Used to be pretty damn good with a blade. Paid me a pretty penny to have one custom forged for me, even. Blade was a lovely thing. Useful in and out of a fight. I always liked it. It wasn't just a weapon, it was a tool as well. What happened to this blade of yours? Taken? Lost? I don't know. He pulls a balisong knife from his back pocket, extends his arm to you, offering it to you. How about you, stranger? You handy with a blade? I'm not. Any idea where it went? No. Even if I did, you think I'd tell a stranger where to find it? That blade is my most prized possession. If anybody's gonna find it, it's gonna be me. I want to see if I can find that before I press him. I don't think he's gonna take it well otherwise. Be cool if I could find it, though. A nat 1! Oh my god! LTG, you have the worst luck. Let's talk to Yasmin. Gobbit, you're back! We're taking the ship back, Yasmin, and we need your help. Her eyes go wide. Another mutiny? No, not me. Go to someone else. I saw what happened last time. Last time you didn't have me here. We're gonna kill the monster that stole Malvina's voice, Maz. You got my word on that. She stares at Gobbit, long and hard. Finally, she acquiesces with a nod. Alright, Gobbit, I'm in. I'm terrified, but I'm in. Her voice breaks, but she continues on. I'm no fighter, you know that. I'll keep the ship afloat, and that's about it, but I'll do what I can to help. You'll be okay, Yasmin, I promise. Circle up with your brother. I'm sending everyone we can convince to help to meet up with him in the sick room. He'll tell you what to do from there. Alright. Sparrow here will help. She said she would, anyway. LTG! Let's see. We're going to take another run at the Rat King, and we're going to kill it this time. We could use your help. I want to help, but I can't do much without supplies. She licks her lips, considering. I'll make you a deal. If you hook me up with some medical supplies, I'll join your mutiny. Isabel, have you got anything that might help? She fishes a med kit out of her bag and hands it to the woman. Here, don't waste it. I won't. Now I have a debt to repay. When you make your move on the Rat King, I'll be there to help. Got my word on that. Good. Head to the quarantine area and meet up with Cadmus. He'll let you know what to do. I have a few things to take care of here first, but I will. You got my word on that. Alright, how about Mr. Hedonist over here? You're back. He smiles down at Isabel, saluting with his glass. Tell me why. We're taking the sinking ship back to the Rat King. Will you help us? He shakes his head sadly. No, I'm afraid not. I'm a lover, not a fighter. 500 nuyen could buy a lot of brandy. Yes, it could. He snatches the cred stick out of your hand. Very well, when the fighting starts, I will do what I can. That's a lot of nuyen, but I could afford it, and I suspect we're going to need a lot of help here. I think this is going to get real messy. Alright. Back when me and my husband were teenagers, we used to write competitive wrestling role plays for a website. Get drunk and wrote 3 pages of rats. I hate rats. They make me crazy. Crazy? Don't mind if I do. Oh, that's so good. You don't have to say, but I am curious what website it was. Feel free to not say if you don't want to, though, but I'm curious. Yeah, a lot of nuyen for a confirmed drunk. It's true, but I'm worried more about what the dwarf said, that anybody who isn't with us is going to be against us, so I'm trying to see if we can turn as many people to helping us, as to making sure they're not shooting at us, as possible. I think we've been through. I want to see if we can ask Cadmus something else, though. Let's see. Cadmus, when did all this start? It must have been some time after Gobbet left. Ah, not long. Maybe a week or so. You couldn't see it at the time, but it was happening. I'd stake my life on it. I don't get this. Everything was fine when I left the raft. I mean, the vibe here had changed, but Malvina was still Malvina. If anything, she was even stronger than the woman I'd known. Yeah, she was that strong, all right. Strong and mean. It started small. A couple of months after Swee's mutiny, Malvina started proposing new rules. She said she was cracking down on infractions, keeping order to keep us safe. But over time, those rules started piling up. Gradually, the punishments started getting worse. So you think the shiny object corrupted her? I think it gave her power. She corrupted herself. No judgment, though. I think that in her place, a lot of us would do the same. That's what I mean when I say that she had it in her all along. I think she'd always been afraid, always used rules to protect herself. The trinket took that fear and focused it like a lens, and that opened the door to what she's become. He pauses, checks himself. She. I don't think Malvina can even really be described as a she anymore. She. It is really a they. Our friend is dead or changed so much that she might as well be, and the things that are wearing her skin don't belong in this world. That's horrifying. I got it, Velshin. I only ask because I have written some competitive wrestling roleplay myself, so I was curious if we had bumped into each other long ago, but no, I'm not familiar with DWO. A walking Molotov cocktail, it's true, I suppose, though I don't know how much I can launch the guy. Oh, you ran an EFED as well, some guy had? That's awesome. And hey, you know I am a wrestling fan. No shame here. I love wrestling. Freaking love wrestling. Cadmus, there's a trapped room at the end of the hall. Do you know anything about that? Yeah, me and my crew built the thing. Let me guess. Malvina's orders? He nods. First thing she asked us to do after Swee's little rebellion. Started work on the thing the week after you left. Yasmin was in charge of the project. Can you tell us about how to get past it? No. He coughs wetly into his sleeve. No, but Yaz can. Should be somewhere on this level. Go find her. Tell her I sent you. We will. Thanks, Cad. Don't mention it. Alright, well, let's go talk to Yasmin again. See if we can get into that trapped room. That'd be handy. I don't know what's in there, but could be something useful. And it sounds like I don't want to walk into the room without being prepared anyway. New Shonen Jump manga starts on Sunday, and it's about boxing in World War II. No connection to Ippo, though, I assume. Let's see, he was in a few others, Fed sites before I started too, so you never know. I don't remember any names, unfortunately. That much was way too long ago. I don't even think I could tell you much about what I wrote, unfortunately, but also I'm terrible with names. But honestly, that sounds awesome, though. No, the comedies are awesome. I mean, one of my favorite wrestling organizations, IRL, is Chikara, which was a comedy-based wrestling organization, which was amazing. Oh, some guy, that's awesome. That's awesome. That's the bottom line, is as long as you're having fun, you're doing the right thing. Yasmin, Cadmus said you were in charge of building the trap at the end of the hall. Yeah, that was me. I didn't build the thing, but I did it to help Malvina. I didn't want to build the thing, but I did to help Malvina keep us safe. I've regretted it ever since. We could really use your help, Yaz. We need to get below decks, and we need to do it in one piece. Can you help us to get past the trap that you built? I think so. It's been a long time, but I think I remember what wires you need to snip to disarm the thing. She fumbles at a nearby table, grabs a napkin, then she produces a grease pencil from her breast pocket and begins to draw. There's a hidden access panel on the floor. You never find it if you don't know where to look. Snip these wires here, and this one here. Bypass this circuit. She scribbles on the napkin with a steady hand. And then flip this lever. Do that and you're done. Trapdoor won't trigger, and you won't get dumped into the killing pit. Killing pit? She passes the napkin to Galbert. It's pretty much what you'd expect. She snatches the napkin from Yasmin's hand. Thanks, Yaz. You don't know how badly we needed this. I can guess. Cadmus sent me to you to me after all. She smiles weakly. Best of luck. Hey, Trinetta! Welcome in, Trinetta. How are you doing today? How's your week going so far? Let's see. Alright, so let's head over here. I still want to see if we can find that guy's knife, because I don't think we've seen that yet. I think we've been everywhere except the trap room, though, so I'm going to save before we head in there. This seems like this is getting very dangerous. Or is about to, anyway. And Emperor, thank you so much for gift sub to Trinetta right there. Gift sub number 1,339 in the channel. Very much appreciated. And Sky, good all in there. Congratulations. Ooh, that's a big one, too. Let's see. Trinetta, you need a hug? I just discovered I have to start my FF6. Oh, no. Oh, I'm so sorry about that, Trinetta. But hey, speaking of FF 100% runs, if anybody in here likes JRPGs and wants to see maybe some secrets you've never seen before, maybe some strategies you might never have considered, Trinetta here is working her way through the entire Final Fantasy series, the main series, and 100%ing all of them, which I don't think I've ever seen anybody on Twitch do before. So, you probably want to click that link, give her a follow, check her out next time she's live. She also does some other cool stuff like baking streams, which is awesome. Make sure and stop over there and say hello. Trinetta, you're not even 70 hours into the game. If it was 100, yeah, that'd be upsetting. I'm sorry though. It's frustrating. All right, time to pop into the trapped room then. See what we got going on. All right, there's the trap mechanism. The air is thicker in here, acrid. The stench clings to your tongue, sticks to the back of your throat. Smells like damp cardboard and stale urine. Gobbet surveys the room warily, her nose crinkling in disgust. She produces the napkin with Cadmus instructions from her breast pocket and hands them to you. Here you go, Seattle. You know what to do. Under her breath, you hear her muttering. Let's hope that Yaz knows her stuff. Following the grease pencil diagram, you locate a hunk of metal flooring with a slightly raised edge. Hooking your fingers across it, you lift to reveal a hidden access panel. That's a good sign. Alright, let's follow Yasmin's instructions to disarm the trap. The instructions are surprisingly easy to follow. 3 snips with your pocket knife and a rewired connection later, the floor-spanning trap door has been disarmed. Ah, that was easy. She beams at you. Go on, Seattle. You take the lead. You've earned it. Gee, thanks. Alright, let's try the door. yeah, we disarmed it. Cool, cool. I'm going to take one more look around before we go anywhere. Like I said, I was kind of hoping to find that guy's knife. But we have not seen it anywhere. Take one more look, though. Dragon of the West, welcome in. How are you doing today? How's your week going? Anywhere, maybe, possibly. Be super cool. Yeah, let's see, that's just a barricaded wall. Yeah, nothing over there. Let's see, James Moore? Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that, James Moore. That's always a tough time. Pets are family, you know. Death in the family is always frustrating. Yeah, alright. Yeah, I don't see the guy's knife, unfortunately. Well, I've already saved a minute ago. I'm mainly concerned about whether I'll be able to come back once I go down to the lower decks. Actually, I was just watching your twin pen, Gillette. I get that about once a week. What were you watching of his? The Fool Us? I think that's the one that's running right now. Good show, though. Very fun. Let's head downstairs. Yeah, I heard Baby Metal's doing new stuff. That is fantastic. Stepping into this room is like wading into the killing floor of a slaughterhouse. There isn't an inch of ground that isn't caked with spilled blood. The stench that floods into your nostrils is as overpowering as it is vile. It is the stench of rotten beef and stale vomit, of warm blood poured into a chemical toilet and left out in the sun to cook. The buzzing of flies in your ears helps bring you back to your senses. Blinking against the light, you see stacks of moldering trash piled near the ceiling. Piles of dead bodies are stacked nearly as high. Gobbet, you okay? He doesn't seem to notice you. Her jaws hangs open in horror. As her eyes slowly move from atrocity to atrocity, her cheeks slowly drain of color. Beecher! No, not Simon! Tears spill down her cheeks. Oh, Vrat, no. This... Gobbet grasps her way to finish her thought. She doesn't find one. I'm sorry, Gobbet. I know these people were friends. A lot of them were. Some of these I didn't know. Her eyes remain locked on the nearest pile of corpses. They all deserve better than this. The Rat King is supposed to be down in this level. That means we're headed in the right direction. After seeing this, I don't think this raft is worth saving. We should go back to my original plan, Seattle. Let's send this thing to the bottom. That's where it belongs. You can't do that, Gobbet. We've already told Cadmus we're going to help him. He's been getting the other mutineers ready to fight, not to evacuate. If we sink this thing now, they might not even be able to make it off the boat. We'll tell them we changed our minds using the alarm system. They'll make it out, trust me. We made a promise, Gobbet. I think we should keep it. She sighs. I think it's a stupid idea, Seattle, but if you really want to do this, then I'll help you get it done. At least this way I'll get to look the Rat King in the eyes when we kill it. Damn right. If we're gonna do this, we need to find Malvina's old cabin. Should be west of here. Got it. I'll have to get the shiny object away from the Rat King if we want to kill it. That's probably gonna be tricky. I don't think that she'll let me saunter up and take it. Yeah, you've stolen the shiny object twice already. Third time's the charm, right? Yeah, 3 makes a list. She rolls her shoulders, exhales heavily. Alright, let's do this. There's one of the scuttling charges. I'd rather not set them unless we really have to. Yeah, Fool Us is such a good show. It's so fun. Wouldn't say twin, but there's a resemblance. Definitely. There's a resemblance. Alright, let's keep going. Also, I want to double check. Does it look like I can go back if I want to? does not. Shit. Well, hopefully that beat up guy isn't going to be against us. Nothing to do about him now. I think he's the only one we didn't convince. Whoa, rats! Shit, and they get first turn, of course. Ambush! Oh, god damn it. Alright, I count 4 of them. That's not good. Alright, what does Gobbet have? So she's got aim 2. She got acidic fog, that's a really good one. Got haste 2, which is very nice. Got heal wound. Rat totem. The power of rat destroys a hostile spirit outright. Can only target spirits. Damage 99, armor piercing 10. Beautiful, but only works against spirits. Aren't they supposed to be in the walls? They came out of the walls, it would appear so. No, you're a dwarf, not a bush. Oh, God. I don't know. I don't know. I think something's... you'd think rats would attack, but I think something's controlling them directly is the problem. That's what I suspect is going on. Alright, I am gonna pull back here. I'm gonna have Gobbet. Let's see, acidic fog? Acidic fog right on top of this guy. See if that'll block things off. Or at least slow them down a little bit, maybe. That'd be nice. Did some AP damage too, that's pretty nice. Oh, yeah, alright, that killed all of their AP, so they're not going to take a turn this turn, that's good. Alright, Max, let's hit this guy behind us. Damn it, that missed, that's really bad. And it went around, because of course it did. Damn it, they're still going! Ow! Of course they're both going after Max. Alright, I'm gonna cast aim on the whole group here. And let's just see if we can take these guys out nice and quick. Let's take this guy out first. Go. Then hit this one. Alright, Max. Hit this one with some fire. Nice crit! And that leaves Gobbet. He's going to try and take this thing out. Very nice. And then burst fire. Not great, but I'll take it. Oh, and he crits me. Damn it. And those two have woken up now. That's not good. Ow! Stop critting me. Alright, Max, you retreat back here. And cast heal on yourself? Sure. 5 of those points back. That's lovely. Let's see. Gobbet, you're gonna run over here. And Isabel, you're gonna run back here. And then use a grenade round on these assholes. Nice! That got their attention if nothing else. And then Gobbet, see if you can finish him off. Ah, I got one of them. How do they keep critting me? This is horrible. Just die already. Alright. Stop bullying Max, damn it! They're all ganging up on me here. Let's see, does this game save, or do you go until you die and restart since it's a tabletop game? So no, you can save anytime you want to, though it's mostly manual saves. So, yeah, if I want to make sure I don't have to lose too much progress, I gotta keep saving. Yeah, there is a permadeath if you want to do that difficulty, but I do not. Alright, what have we here? Ooh, shamanic salve. Don't mind if I do. There's another scuttling charge, but like I said, try not to use those. Another scuttling charge, another door back there. I am going to save, because it's getting spooky. Alright. Yeah, I'm not a permadeath kind of guy. That stresses me out. This door is heavy. It could easily be barred to prevent outside intrusion, but instead it stands ajar. It's almost as if it's inviting you in. That's Malvina's old cabin. Seat of power for the sinking ship. That's where the Rat King is going to be. Once we go in there, we're going to be in this. There's no change in our minds after we picked a fight with that thing. What do you say, Max? Are we doing this or not? Let's back away for right now. Yeah, we're not quite ready for that just yet. Explore around a little bit more. It's back over here. Ah, there's the ship's intercom, which we were told to set off once we're ready to start the mutiny. Well, we did just save. I think we're ready. An old relay switch box hangs off the wall. The plastic exterior of the case is broken in numerous places, and a jumble of wires spill out of the cracks. This must be the shipboard alert system, or what's left of it. Your eyes are drawn to a large lever marked alarm. Pull the lever twice to signal that Cadmus should start his mutiny. The alarm system blares once, then twice. The sound is ear-splitting. Moments later, the distant sound of gunshots filters down from above. Alright, no turning back now. Let's get over there and let's face down the Rat King. Like I said before, the Rat King is indestructible unless we can get the trinket that it's using away from it. That's our only hope there. What's that room with the ley lines? I think that's what we're about to walk into, is the thing. I'm pretty sure it's all connected. One big combat room. That's what I'm assuming anyway. Let's see. LTG, I think I've only done a permadeath run. Diablo, I didn't get too far. I mean, I play roguelikes sometimes, and those are usually permadeath, but I like roguelites that have some progression over time. Oh god, yeah. The Outlast scares me a little bit, Valishin, but I do want to try it sometime. Alright. Let's do this. Yep, one big room. Oh, what is that? The thing that looms over you is horrifying. A twisted amalgamation of woman and swarm, knotted and tied together into a single whole. Gobbits. Oh my god, that picture! Holy fuck! The creature's voice is unnerving. 1,000 rumbling voices all interwoven and laid over the top of Malvina's crisp, cultured speech. You have returned to us, little mouse. You, the instigator of our own ascendancy. Oh god! Alex! Alex, welcome in. How are you doing today? How was your stream? What were you playing? Tell me everything. My name's Shane. That's Shane's Games, and I'm about to fight a woman who's made of rats. And it's terrifying. Oh god! Ashley J, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing good. Hey 80s, yes, that's what I mean. Like, getting a little bit of something to show for Lost runs. I love that. Just doing some more Deceive Inc. Excellent, excellent. How is that going for you tonight? Hope we're doing good. Yeah, this game's so incredible. I'm loving it. Hey, if anybody here isn't following Alex, make sure you do. He's a great streamer. Plays a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of that too. A lot of multiplayer games especially too, and he streams every day, so if you need somebody to hang out with, he's pretty much always there. Today, like you heard, he was playing Deceive Inc. Really cool stealth-based multiplayer game, really unique. So make sure you click that link, give him a follow, check him out next time he's live. He's good people. Bit more time, you know, honestly, it does seem to be the biggest problem of the game is, like, there's a lot of time before games, there's a lot of time after games, but still, that can be fun, you know, watching other people play the game, you know, it's the basis of sports, you know, so that can be fun. I like that. Against the Storm. I've heard of that one, I have not played it yet, but it does look pretty awesome. I mean, who would watch somebody else play games? Just imagine there was a sitcom laugh track in the background right there. So yeah, I'm fighting a lady who is made out of rats right now, and that's absolutely terrifying. I mean, look at that character portrait. What the fuck? The Rat King shifts its gaze to a nearby altar. A gleaming red stone is ensconced within. The keystone, the source of our unity, a font of power that makes us strong. Your gift to us, little mouse. You gave us what we needed to bring this raft to order. Gobbet's nose crinkles in revulsion. On her shoulders, madness and folly chitter and shriek. Save the speech, Malvina, or whatever you are. I'm not here to talk. Your new body isn't doing you any favors, by the way. You look like a furry tree stump. The creature leans forward into the light. A fine-featured face with high cheekbones and piercing eyes stares you down. The carpet of living vermin that bury the rest of Malvina's head and neck struggle and shriek. Our new body is beauty itself, unity of biology, and unity of purpose. I'm gonna say nothing. Let her roll. What you are is an idiot. You saw it swee let loose with a shiny object, and you decided to keep using it anyway. If that isn't stupid, I don't know what is. The thing's voice grows to a roar, and you hear other sounds folded into it. The cacophonous, gibbering babble of things gone mad. We are order out of chaos, the death of entropy, a glorious unity. Oh, fuck this! She pulls back the slide on her weapon. We're here to kill this thing, not talk it to death. Damn right! Oh god! EP -1 per round? What the shit? Oh, that's a bad start to things. Alright, we need to find the thing and get it away from her. I don't see where it is in the room, though. Alright, we need to take up cover anyway. So let's see. Gobbet! Why don't you take up cover right here? Oh, hang on. Can I get it right there? Barely. Yeah, Gobbet, you take up right there. Was that her entire turn? I thought she had another turn move after that. What the shit? Oh, is it because the, it doesn't always calculate the, -1 AP? That's messy. Alright, Isabella, you take up over here. No, I have no idea why Gobbet lost her turn there. That's messy. Alright, let us grenade round this thing. Well, it can still take damage, but oh my god, it's beefy. Holy shit. Alright, let's get to cover real quick. Miss, that's good. That's good. I like that. I don't know why its turns are taking so long either. Also, why did it just lose 32 damage? What the shit just happened? Should have brought a cat shaman, if only. If only. Let me get caught up on shit too. Oh man, Dredge sounds cool. I wouldn't mind playing Dredge sometime. That would be neat. Wrong Unity. Burn it with white phosphorus? Honestly, yeah, we are gonna obliterate this thing. Oh, yeah, it might be spelled. Oh, yeah, it could be spell drain. Interesting. Interesting. Alright, well, since I've only got 1 AP, apparently, I may as well just start with my nuke, then. The Rat King recoils, but only for a moment. A strange energy washes over it, bathing its body in indigo light. Oh, fuck! What are those? Oh, I don't know what this is, but I hate it. Oh, Isabel. Oh, God. Why did I have Isabel standing on top of a dragon circle? We got to get her out of there. I got it max on there. That'd be amazing. God, we got to kill those things first. That's priority number 1 here. There we go. It's a good shot. Gotta reload, though, unfortunately. Let's see. Max. Like, I do have an AoE, but it's pretty weak. I should probably just use my nuke instead. Or I could just get over here and see if we can end this thing. I can't tell what square it wants me to be in is the problem. Like, it's got a mark right here, but I can't tell what square that is. You know? Oh, we gotta get over there, though. I know that much. Oh, there it is. There it is. The shiny object. Can only she take it? Oh, only she can take it. God damn it. Oh, we gotta get it. This is gonna be really dangerous, though. The Rat King shrieks as Gobbet lifts the shiny object in her hands. In its voice, you can hear the echoes of 1,000 inhuman beings. This is interesting. She hugs the shiny object to her chest, her bare hands caressing the stone. I can feel Malvina's control over the rats. It's like 1,000 strings connecting her to them. And it feels like one of the Rat King's servitors shudders in place. Slowly, seemingly against its own will, it lifts its head to stare at you. I can tug at those strings. Malvina's cultured voice is overtaken by the inhuman roars of the other things that share her body. We will rend you all to pieces. Tear your flesh to shreds. Gobbet dances back, cradling the shiny object like a newborn baby. She begins to laugh. I'm ill time, Seattle. Still getting used to this thing, but if you give me a minute or two, those demon rats will be mine. I can do that. Alright, new mission. Buy Gobbet a little bit of time to turn these rats so they're not killing us. I like this. Alright, let's see. Isabel, let's do some grenade shots here, shall we? Yeah. That's a good crit, I like that. An ominous chittering noise fills the air. Oh, that sounds bad. Oh, I don't like the sound of that. Alright, that's another one down. Let's see if we can get some armor strip on this dude. Nice, nice. Oh god, there's another one coming. I don't think we can hit her. We've got a magical shield, so I don't think there's anything we can do about that. Isabel. Why don't you take one round to get behind cover, and then another to reload. And then I'm going to put Max on this dragon line. Oh god, she's coming! Shit, that's a lot of damage. Shit! Oh, I can't believe that missed. Hey, Malvina, I've got something of yours. Oh, God. I'm going to heal her for as much as I can here. Oh, Gobbet's back up, though. Gobbet is back up. Can I still can't control her, though. I can't target her either. Oh, God, how am I going to keep her alive? Honestly, I have no idea how I'm going to keep her alive here. Well, the good thing is Max is on a dragon line now. Let's take full advantage of that. 45 damage! Jesus Christ! Okay! Not bad! Isabel, what do you got? Nice! Oh! Oh, shit! Oh my god, this is horrific. Yeah, where's the flamethrower? What are those? Those are enemies, thank you, Shannon. Oh my god. Maximum HP printing power! Rats. Why did it have to be rats? Gregory, welcome in. How are you doing today? Changes cast taunt. Oh god. The Rat King's body shudders and convulses as you watch the living carpet of devil rats that forms the majority of its bulk begins to writhe. Malvina opens her mouth to speak, but you'll never know what she was going to say. The only sound that escapes from her throat is a long, ragged scream. With a dawning horror, you come to realize what you're looking at. The devil rats that surround Malvina are turning inward. She is being eaten alive. Gobbet stares dead-eyed as her former friend and as her former friend, as the swarm that is bound to her rips her body apart. Black blood pours in rivers to the aluminum-lined floor. Come on, Gobbet, let's get the hell out of here. You go if you want to. I'm watching this. I owe Malvina that much. The ghastly feast unfolding before you continues long after Malvina's screams have died away. Finally satisfied, Gobbet nods to you. This raft is ours. It's over. Her PDA buzzes. She glanced down at it, then turns the screen so you can see. Cadmus's grim visage fills the screen. I don't know what you just did, but whatever it was, it worked. Those rat things turned on Malvina's loyalists. He wheezes into his mask, gulping in purified air. And when they got done eating them, they started eating each other. Gobbet stares down at the shiny object that she holds clutched in her hands. Yeah, I know. I told him to, right after I did the same to the Rat King. Malvina's dead, Cad. You did good, Gobbet. You and your friends. We won. Come up on up topside. Celebrations in order. She shakes her head. No, Cad. No celebrations and no milling around. You can keep this place. I'm done with it. Too many bad memories. Besides all that, you've got a hell of a mess on your hands. I'll be damned if I'm going to help clean that up. You've already helped us clean up, Gobbet. We always owe you for that. Yeah, well, let's not make a big thing out of it. Goodbye, Cad, and good luck. She flicks the PDA off. The screen goes dark. Captain Jomo's still waiting for us outside. Ready to go home? Beyond ready. He passes the shiny object from one hand to the other, scowling. And this stupid thing is taking a one-way trip to the bottom of the bay. Good call. Come on, Seattle. Let's go home. Whew, man! That was a dangerous one. Holy shit. I thought we were going to lose there for a second. They got real ugly at the end. The king is dead. Long live Chuck E. Cheese, the one true king. Hyperfang, oh god. Emperor! Hey, it turns out they're having lunch too. What a coincidence. Yeah, Siamese. I knew it was going to be gross, but that was horrifying. Oh my god. Self-tying loose ends. Nice. No, we're dropping that thing in the bay. Nobody touches that thing ever if we can help it. Emperor, anything I can do to help. Thank you for the GGs, though. That was so hard. Jesus. Captain Jomo's speedboat carries you away from the sinking ship, now liberated from the tyranny of the Rat King once and for all. The shiny object rests with Malvina's bones at the bottom of Hong Hom Bay. Gobbet stares back at the raft as it recedes in the distance. Her expression is at once happy and sad. Isabel takes her hand and together they turn away. AOA grows closer. You're going home. Oh, jeez. We got 8 karma, though. That's pretty badass. Your comlink chirps and Kindly Cheng's rusty voice slides through the speakers. You hear the sounds of mahjong players laughing in the background. It's Auntie Cheng, dear. My, but you sound happy, Auntie Cheng. Oh, I am, my sweet. I'm one step closer to breaking Josephine's saying. I have a lead on the location of the plastic-faced man, the man we saw in the surveillance footage meeting Raymond Black at the tea house on the docks. Where is he? Out of the comm. Come see me and we'll talk. Ooh, new lead. +1 action point. Your experience has increased your ability to operate in dangerous situations. Shit, yeah, we get 3 AP per turn. That is huge. That is huge. Oh, that's so good. Plus, looks like we got to level up as well, so let's take that. Thank you, Emperor. The Tyranny of the Rat King sounds like a good metal album, honestly. Trey Dog! That is a hell of a scam. I could see some D&D players running that. Alright, so Gobbet has 2 upgrades possible. Territoriality. Gobbet gains a conjuring spell, which sets 4 heavy cover barriers, lasts for 3 rounds. Anyone that enters takes minus 14 HP and minus 1 AP damage. Damn. Or a Spiritualist. Basically, Gobbet can summon a devil rat. Interesting, but I don't like summons very much, so she'll take territoriality. There we go. Who else we got? Ractor! GGAP! Thank you, Shannon. Ractor has Predator. All of Koshei's firearm systems now pierce 2 armor. That's amazing. Or Mangler. Ractor's drone Koshei gains clawed feet. This causes all attacks on the melee systems to bleed targets for 2 damage per round for 2 rounds. I mean, we use him for his range, so we're going to take Predator. 2 armor piercing is fantastic, especially for the shotgun. Oh my god. Gaichu has Red Samurai. Gaichu's metal stance now provides a light cover bonus, preventing critical hits in the open. That's spectacular. Or Ghoul. Gaichu exudes a cloud of disease spores, damaging nearby enemies. Base 16 damage, with an ongoing 4 HP and 1 AP damage for 3 rounds. Wow. Ongoing 1 AP damage. How could I possibly turn that down? That's incredible. Alright. Duncan gets Lethal Force. Full auto fire no longer has a 10% accuracy penalty. Or Crowd Control. Duncan gains a new melee weapon, a melee range shock baton. Does 4 HP and 2 AP damage per hit, but must be recharged every 2 hits. I mean, we don't use them for melee, so we're going to use Lethal Force, even though it's not a humongous buff, but it'll probably get used. And Isabel, she has Sabotage. Isabel gains the Bright Light System Cyber Eye, high energy flash bulbs hidden in the Cyber Eye, capable of temporarily blinding an opponent. AP cost 2, duration 2, cooldown 6. Or espionage. If the user is brought into a stunned state, they will be jolted awake with 1 AP. It's kind of nice, but she doesn't get stunned very often. I wish I know what the range was on this. Like, it feels like it would be pretty short range, right? And I don't want her getting into melee range ever is the problem. Excuse me, sir, is there something in my eye? Bang! And then just go through his pockets. Because I'm assuming this is a melee range ability, I'm going to take espionage. Alright, that is everyone then. Got all the abilities selected, it looks like. Let's confirm all. Alright, just one more tier of abilities to get. So if we can do that before things get to the end, that'll be exciting. I can't see anything wrong with that plan. How does it keep coming back to that emote? I love it. Alright. We got that taken care of, thank goodness. Let's head over this way. And where are we going? Alright, let's head over here. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to save as soon as we get in front of the Mahjong parlor, but thank you for the reminder. Since we haven't saved after the end of that, may as well. Whew. I'm going to need to buy some medical kits, too. Because it's in the eye of the beholder. I love it. I do love that emote. Alright, let's pop in and see what Auntie Cheng has to say. Kindly Cheng is in the midst of emptying 2 plastic shopping bags when you enter. She places the contents in a pile on her mahjong table. 2 liquor bottles without labels, a box of her thin black cigars, an assortment of individually wrapped gourmet chocolates, and a large caliber pistol with electrical tape wrapped around its grip. Ah, good, you're here. She finishes with the plastic bags and throws them to the floor. Seems like forever since we've seen each other. Welcome back. Was your trip worthwhile? Her voice is filled with a rusty energy. Yes, my darling, yes. I met with several contacts within my network who referred me to others in neighboring cities. Regardless of how far technology moves forward, tradition demands that some things be handled face-to-face. I have returned with information that will lead you to the plastic-faced man, the man who killed Raymond Black. Excellent. While you were gone, we uncovered a relationship between Josephine Sang and Raymond Black. The Triad Woman's narrow. Did you? And what was it that you uncovered? The man who raised us isn't Raymond Black. He's Edward Sang, the son of Josephine Sang. You were raised by Josephine's son? Her brow furrows. And explains where Edward went when he disappeared years ago. Seattle. What happened? I don't know. Just that he went missing after Josephine completed rebuilding the walled city. That he was in his early 30s. Her face twists into a mask of disgust. You realize what this means, don't you, my sweet? That inbred little goat whore was cold enough to have her own son executed. Let's see, even more reason to find the plastic-faced man. What have you found out? Everything you need to move forward. She grabs a bottle and opens it. I know the identity of the plastic-faced man. His name is Lee Tai Lung, and he's an independent contractor. A trusted, deniable asset who handles all of Josephine Sang's more delicate operations off the books and away from the public eye. The plastic-faced man is her shadowy right hand outside of the corporation. Cheng doesn't bother with a glass. She takes a long pull off the stinking bottle and wipes her mouth with the back of her hand. And I know how to find him, too. I've made contact with an information broker, Zhao Zi, who works out of an abandoned night market in Shepkip Mai called the Xing House Court. It's not hard to find. She takes another pull on the bottle. Zhao Zi has gained access to the plastic-faced man's complete itinerary. Where he'll be, who he'll be with, what sort of security he'll have, the works. She grins glassy-eyed. You can use it to perform an extraction. Grab him and find out what he knows. Let's see, did you find out why Lee has a face made of plastic? It's not just his face. Lee Tai Lung's entire skull is synthetic. He's designed himself to be the perfect corporate operative. He's installed a unique piece of headwear, you see. It allocates and compartmentalizes client-related memories so that they can be erased upon the completion of a job. And as an added security measure, this cortical implant will wipe his memory if it detects he's been captured. How the hell are we supposed to get past that? Isabel interjects, her voice breaking slightly as she speaks. I know a way. I've heard of something like this before. I met someone in the Matrix who had to shirk a similar memory wiping plant once. It was a requirement for a big job and she pulled it off. Keep talking. Her handle is Dreamland and I know where to find her. All we have to do is convince her to give up the secret of how she did it. Okay, Isabel and I will go see Dreamland before we hit the information broker. Then we grab the plastic face man. No matter who you choose to help you snatch this guy, I'm going to be there when you extract the information from him about Raymond. Wu crosses his arms across his chest and tilts his head towards you. You got it, Girth? We should all be there. Gobbet's eyebrows arch high. I know I want to see this. Very good, my darlings. Now listen to me. After you get what you need from the plastic face man, I want you to end him. You understand? The Triad boss taps the table with her finger. I need to send a very clear message that this is what happens when you mess with Kindly Cheng's operation, with Kindly Cheng's people. Josephine takes Nightjar, I take her plastic face man. Once you snatch the plastic face man, Sang will know something is happening, and events will unfold very quickly after that. You'd best close out any pressing business you have before heading to Hip Mai to see Zhao Zi. You understand? Yeah, I get it. Once we get the ball rolling on this, there's no turning back. That's right, my darlings. No more side jobs and no more dalliances. Kindly Cheng raps on the mahjong table with an imitation ivory tile. Be sure that your affairs are in order before you head to see the information broker. Alright, so that's the point of no return. Very interesting. We're obviously not going to go for that immediately, but that's where that is. Shane's going to Dreamland? That sounds cozy. Follows, welcome in. How are you doing? That definitely sounds like Endgame. But we're going to hold off on that if possible. Right now, why don't we pop into the ship? See how everybody's doing. Take a quick spin through the crew so everybody's holding up, especially Gobbet. I want to see how Gobbet's doing after all that, because that was a bit messy. We'll start with Duncan, though. We got some more murder to do first. We need that money, we need those upgrades. Still got one level to get on the rest of the crew, too. Sheena's dreams? Why, thank you. Also, while I am thinking about it, do we have any mods around at the moment? I want to double check before I do too much. The clanking of metal followed by grunts from hard exercise erupts from the hatchway of Wu's cabin. The first thing you notice when you enter is its renewed cleanliness. The food cans are gone and his equipment is neatly laid out on the bedding. Everything in its place. John, thank you. The next thing you notice is the smell. It's like a middle school locker room in July. Wu finishes his jumping jacks and grabs a towel off his bunk. His exposed flesh gleams with perspiration. Hey, how's it going? Better. He scrubs his sweaty head with the towel. I let myself wallow for a while, but now it's time to turn things around. We have work to do. What's your deal? Still thinking about Edward Sang? He rubs the towel under his arms. Compartmentalized him. Edward Sang is a topic in a file cabinet in my head. I'm only thinking about Raymond now. Finding out what happened to him, what really happened to him. Taking it one moment at a time, huh? That's me, Mr. Focus. He continues stretching. We're getting close to the plastic face man, Duncan. I know. I haven't stopped thinking about him since we first saw him in that video. The one where he attacked Raymond in the tea house. He wipes down one side of his neck with the towel, folds it, wipes down the other side. Listen, Gareth, I'm not going to press you to take me when you head out to snatch him. You take the right people for the job, and then you get the job done, okay? But I want to be there when you interrogate him. I want to hear what he has to say with my own ears. You gonna have a problem with that? Hey, as long as the extraction team remains my decision, I got no trouble with you being at the interrogation. Very generous of you. He flashes pearly whites. Like I said, you can take me with you on the run or not. It's your call, but I intend to be there for the fun part. Let's see. Oh, we're both going to have fun with Mr. Plastic Face. Good. Let's go to town on him together. He drops the towel on his bunk. This is the guy who knows what the hell is going on. The one who may have killed Raymond. I'm going to squeeze him until I find out what his fucking ancestors know. We'll do what we gotta to get the answers we need. Damn right. You told me you were resentful when I took off, but maybe it was about how Raymond handled that thing with Double Trey. Nah, it was about you disappearing for 8 years without a word, but we're past that now. Wu pulls his right elbow across his chest with his left hand, gets a good stretch. But that was a messed up night. A lot of things happened, and I wouldn't be surprised if some, I don't know, emotions got jumbled together. About the fight with Raymond? Or here, feelings about the way I handled things? That was part of it, sure. Still carrying that around, but mostly it was about Raymond. We'd butted heads before. I'd broken plenty of his rules in the past, but I'd never seen him so disappointed. Still not sure why. Never figured it out. Alright, why don't you walk through it from the beginning? Start with when Lockjaw showed up at Ray's house. Breakfast food coma? What'd you have, Volos? Tell us. I'm curious. Will pulls his left elbow across his chest and lets out a little groan. So this is 2045, years after the summer we moved in with Raymond. We hadn't seen DT or Lockjaw or any of the gang in forever. Raymond's rules. No contact with our hoodlum friends. No visiting the squat to check up on them. Your past is just a story. If you can accept that, your past loses all power over you. Ooh, wrinkles his nose. Hey, you don't sound anything like him. The way I remember it, we woke up in the middle of the night and there was Lockjaw standing in our room covered in blood. My first thought was that Raymond was going to kill us. Can you imagine? There's a teenage Salish Indian covered in blood in our bedroom, and my first thought was I might get in trouble for it. No, we just started a new life. We were safe for the first time ever. We didn't want to blow it. I know I didn't want to go back to the Barrens. We had it good at Raymond's. Wu throws his elbow behind him, twists at the waist. So Lockjaw's bleeding all over our bedroom, and you're whisper yelling, "Where's DT? What happened to Double Trey?" 5 minutes later, we're dressed in black and on our way back to the Barrens. What the hell were we thinking? We were thinking that we owed these guys. DT was the one who took us to the teen center, introduced us to Raymond. Man, that was a messed up night. The 162s had overrun the Leary squad. Better position to take on the nukes. Benzo and Tusk were bleeding out. The Hernandez family was half-eaten. And little Joe, that streetwalker with the electric false eyelashes, was lying on the floor in 2 parts. Well, we got Double Trey out alive. He was the only one, though. Wu stares at his boot. I can still hear Lockjaw screaming as the ghouls took him down. When the 162s wanted something, they did not play. Anyway, all that was just lead-up. He takes out a long, slow breath. But still, it speaks to my state of mind that night. Why I wouldn't back down when Raymond met us at the door. And neither one of you would budge. We both had the strength of the righteous. You and I had broken his rules out of loyalty, out of gratitude. He just didn't get that. But can you see it from his perspective? Now I can, yeah. Wu rubs his head, thinking. He didn't just think we'd broken his rules or that we'd backslid. He thought we'd been playing him the whole year. That we were still street hoods. No wonder he was so furious. He felt betrayed. But you were able to get him to calm down and see reason. Get him to see my side of the story. And all he said was that one thing. That thing he said his mother used to say to him when he was being obstinate. What the hell was it? Ooh, these are good quotes, actually. Listen to what you know instead of what you fear. Listen to what you know instead of what you fear. Wu nods his head, remembering. Yeah, that what you fear thing really got to him. Still not sure why. Using his mother's words on him really did the trick. Wonder what kind of childhood he had. He rubs his chin. But the way he looked at you after that... I know, I think that might have been part of why I left. Yeah, I get it. We're cool now. And as for Edward saying, maybe he's got mommy issues. Wu chuckles humorously. And who knows? Maybe I've got a few daddy issues to deal with too. Guess I should try and keep an open mind when we see him. But we'll talk later. Anytime. I like that quote though, that's good. Alright. Before we go too far, though, one thing I want to mention before I forget, because I do forget, but let's do this real quick. If anybody in here, for some reason, is not following other Rin, our mod extraordinaire, you absolutely should. She is also one of my favorite streamers on the site. She plays a lot of really interesting indie games, including a lot you might not have heard of before. Also is just a joy to hang out with and chat with. She just started a new schedule, so even if you're following her, you probably want to know about this. She is now streaming on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays at a time slot that's basically right after I would end streaming. Give you a good idea about when it happens. So yeah, I hope I will see you over there. I'm over there as often as I am able. But yeah, if you're not already following, please click that link, give her a follow. She is good people, I guarantee you. You're going to have a blast over there. Oh, hey, Rin. All right, let's head upstairs. Like I said, we need to see how Goblet's doing, because I imagine she's going through it right now. Stepping into Goblet's cabin, you find her crouching on the floor. She appears to be midway through a valiant struggle against an enormous pastry. Her cheeks bulge out like a chipmunk's, and wispy threads of pork floss hanging from her crumb-speckled lips. She glances at you, her eyes wide with alarm. Her jaw works to manage the enormous quantity of crispy dough in her mouth, but she doesn't seem to be making much headway. You know, between the two of you, my money's on the pastry. She struggles to move her jaw, but her mouth is stuffed too full to make much headway. She gestures feebly towards a pitcher of water on the ground near her feet. I'm gonna hand her the pitcher. This is pathetic. She tilts back the pitcher and sucks down its contents. As the water pours down her mouth, she's slowly able to work through the food stored in her cheeks. Finally, she lowers the water pitcher, coughing. Okay, yeah. Note to self. The pastry terrace on Prince Edward Road makes him dry. She takes another swig from the pitcher, grimacing. Moist green apple and jellied trotter, my ass. That thing was like a dessert made of pig. Yeah, I'd eat it. Hey, if you want it, it's all yours. Drink lots of water, though. She tosses the remaining pastry to you. As it sails through the air, the pork floss that clings to its outer layer flutters suggestively. Who wrote that sentence? I need to know immediately, and I need to have a word with them. I have so many questions. Ooh, Rin, what's for lunch? What do you got? Must have been the wind. No, I'm horrified, but I'm intrigued as well. I don't know that I've had pork floss. The term isn't familiar to me. I'm gonna catch it. You catch the flying pork brick out of the air. It's surprisingly dense, with a heft roughly equivalent to that of a softball. Perfectly fried egg with fry bread and banana on the side. Oh, it sounds good. I'm gonna try eating this thing. You raise the pastry to your lips and take a bite. Seconds later, you can feel all of the moisture in your mouth evaporate. Gobbet wasn't lying. This thing is dry. The flavor is surprisingly palatable, though. She blinks at you in astonishment. Ha! can't believe you ate that. I'm impressed. If I ever get another one of those, I'm going to let it sit in a bowl of condensed milk for at least half an hour before I try putting it in my mouth. That might help. I don't know, reconstitute it, I guess? I don't know, it might work. Anyway, you probably want to talk about what happened on the raft, huh? I think at your place I probably would. Yeah, let's get that out of the way. All hail the pork brick. Yeah, she sighs. We can do that. First off, I should thank you. You and Iz came to help me, even though I didn't ask you to, or want you to. Actually, maybe I should be upset about that. But the important thing is you did help me. I'm not going to say I couldn't have handled it without you, but it would have gotten really, really dicey. Let's see, you can say that again. The situation on that raft was pretty bad. She nods grimly. Yeah, it was definitely that. On the bright side, we overthrew Malvina and put the raft back in Cad's hands. That feels pretty great. And the shiny object is at the bottom of Hung Hom Bay, lodged in a bank of Silton crab shit. That's pretty much where it belongs. I gotta admit, something's gnawing at me. Before you and Iz showed up, I was gonna sink the raft. I'd gotten halfway through arming the charges, and I was gonna send the whole sinking ship down in flames. Everybody on it would have died. Cad and Yasmin, all of them. All because I made up my mind early and didn't want to change it. It kind of makes me think, how many times before now have I done what seemed like the right thing? You know, followed my gut like I taught you, without realizing there was a better option. The whole introspection thing sucks, I gotta say. She looks up at you scowling. It's much more comforting to just assume all my past decisions were right. Sure it is, it's intellectually dishonest, but it's definitely comforting. She bites her lower lip. Yeah. You know, Seattle, you aren't helping my mood, any. I'm kind of having a tough time over here. She begins to pace, kicking piles of dusty clothes and blankets out of the way. Thrusting her hands into her pockets, she fishes out Madness and Folly and tosses them down on her cot. I don't do this very often. Reflecting is for mirrors, not devastatingly attractive street shaman. I don't know how you hand-wringers deal with feeling this way. It's pretty simple. We acknowledge our mistakes and our near misses, and we own up to them. Okay, I pretty much got that step covered. What's next? What comes after that? After you've suffered through your embarrassment for a while, you try to learn something from it. Huh. Your way is boring, Seattle, and it's complicated, and it comes with way too many bad feelings. She scowls. But yeah, I get it. Probably even some value there. I'm never going to start second-guessing everything that I do, though. That just isn't me. Good, because that would be dumb. Don't question yourself before circumstances give you a reason to. Right. That makes sense, I guess. Alright, Seattle, I'll give it a shot. Who knows? Maybe there's some value in hand-wringing after all. Guess we'll have to see. Anyway, things turned out the way they did. I don't know what would have happened if we tried to do something different, but there's one thing I can say for certain. Things are better in Hung Hom Bay than they were before we went to the sinking ship. We did some good out there. That's something. Yeah, it is. Oh, actually, there are two things I can say for certain. I think that Rat is happy that the shiny object is gone. She fishes in her pocket for a few seconds, then produces a chunk of stone the size of a marble. It appears to be made of the same marbled red jade that the shiny object was. Check it out. She gave me a present. Are you sure that came from Rat? Of course I am. I had a vision. It had colorful lights, dancing rodents, the works. And when the world came back into focus, the magic marble was in the palm of my hand. She tosses the stone into the air and catches it with her other hand. Neat, huh? Hey, Brogan, welcome in. How are you doing today, Brogan? How's your week been going? Haven't gotten to see you for a while. I hope you've been doing good. Dancing rodents like the hamster dance? That's exactly what I'm imagining. That perfectly. Oh, damn, follows. That's a good amount for breakfast. I hope it was tasty. More pellets? Oh, God, because I need more of those in my life. If it has a screaming face on it, I'm throwing it into the ocean. Now, I don't quite know how it works yet, but I'm sure that it does something. I mean, it has to, right? Rat wouldn't just give me a normal rock. She's a trickster and all, but that'd be mean. So mark my words. Next time we're in the field, something magical is going to happen. I mean, literally magical. It'll be a journey or of discovery for both of us. I'll be looking forward to that. Me too. And, thank you, Seattle. I really, really mean that. You can fly by my side anytime. Aw, Goblet's good people. Much better this month than last month. Indeed, long time no see. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Is it going to be a nice ring for a mummy friend? I'm kind of hoping we don't actually run into mummy friend again. The guy's scary. Like, if I never use the mummy ring, I never have to mess with him, and that seems like a nice thing. Gobbet, I got a question about Isabel. Oh, yeah? Sure then. Ask away. She told me that you led her out of the walled city when you were kids. Care to fill in the details on that? Yeah, I guess I'm not surprised. Iz has never been big on padding a story with unnecessary details. Want to tell your side of the story? Seems like that I've got a vested interest in the walled city these days. Yeah, sure. Why not? I'll share. She taps her chin thoughtfully. To start, I guess you're going to need to know what the walled city was like when me and Iz were kids. She didn't tell you anything about that, did she? She dropped some hints, but I'd like to hear your take on the place. All right, I got to blow my nose before we get into this. I will be right back, folks. Shenanigan, I'm actually kind of thinking about saving the mummy ring until like the very end game. But the hilarious thing is, considering that I got the mummy in the first mission of the game, it'd be kind of hilarious if I tossed him at the final boss and he just got one-shotted. Hilarious, but somehow predictable. Well, for starters, you should probably know that the walled city wasn't always as bad as it is now. It was always dangerous, but 10 years ago it was just a run-of-the-mill slum. Still safe enough that walking in didn't qualify as a suicide attempt. I figured that what I saw there had to be the bottom of a downward spiral. The bottom? What you saw? Oh no, Seattle. When you went into the Lotus Den, you were on the outer perimeter of the walled city. What you saw earlier is the best that the walled city has to offer. As you go deeper towards the center, it gets a whole hell of a lot worse. Anyway, back when I was a kid, it was pretty much all like what you saw at the Lotus Den. Not exactly Victoria Harbor, but survivable if you knew what you were doing. Back then, I used to play in the walled city. Rat would lead me into all the nooks and crannies that grown-ups were too big to fit through. There was this other young shaman in there that I used to play with. His name was Tappy or Lucky or something like that. He followed Pig. Nice guy. Good card player. Obviously, none of this was a good idea. Teenage girl going to the walled city by herself? That's a recipe for disaster. I didn't realize any of this at the time, though. I loved playing in the alleys and crawl space of the walled city. It was fun. Is that how you met Isabel, by exploring the walled city as a kid? Yep. Inside the wall, there are these districts. You were in one earlier when Cheng sent you in after Strangler Bao, the Lotus Den. How many districts are there? A lot. Some of them aren't much bigger than an apartment building. You'd be surprised how many people you can cram into a single room when you have to. Isabel and her family lived in the Mansion District. It's a sort of holding pen for refugees from the Middle East and Africa. Basically anyone who is an Asian, European, or Goblinoid. It's less pleasant than it sounds. Why is it called the Mansion District? The locals named it after Chungking Mansions, out from Sa Shui. Sort of an inside joke. The mansions are the unofficial African quarter of Hong Kong. Most of the free enterprise zone's African immigrants settle there if they can afford it. The destitute refugees like Iz and her family don't get to go to Chungking Mansions. They get herded into the walled city, and once they're there, the Mansion District is where they end up. Yeah, at least they had a place to go, I guess. Refugees aren't always so lucky. I don't know if I'd call it luck. The only things that most people in the Mansion District had in common were their skin color and the fact that they were living in crushing poverty. There wasn't even a common language for them to speak. It was a pretty rough place. Lots of infighting, lots of gang-on-gang violence. People did band together for protection, but there wasn't a lot of hope. Everyone lived in fear of being sent deeper into the slum towards the center. When you start getting dragged in that direction, you don't come back. Reminds me of life in the Barrens. Yeah, I imagine the two were pretty equivalent back then, before the walled city got really bad. Anyway, this is where I met Isabel. It wasn't long before we were friends. She was interesting. I think that's why I let her latch onto me. The girl was smart, savvy, but cripplingly shy. She didn't belong in the walled city. No one really does, but with her it was painfully obvious. She was like a little mouse crammed into a box full of weasels. It was only a matter of time before somebody snapped her up. What happened? What led you to take her out of the walled city? Rat happened. She came to me in a dream, showed me that whatever was going bad in the walled city was getting worse. The whole place was rotting from the inside out, choking on bad chi and lost hope. I decided to go inside one more time. If I found Isabel, I'd offer to leave her out. If I didn't, well... She grimaces, spreads her arm. You did find her. Doesn't matter what happened if you didn't. Thanks. It isn't pleasant to think about, especially considering what a shithole the walled city is now. Truth of the matter is, if I hadn't pulled Isabel out of there, she'd probably be dead by now. Hey, I get it. Someone did the same for me and Duncan once. She nods. Yeah, I knew that you'd get it. And I did bump into her, and she did follow me, and Rat got us both out safe. Yep, there you have it. Happy endings all around. What about Isabel's family? She said that they were still in the walled city. Why didn't you bring them with you? Think I didn't want to? She sweeps a loose strand of hair out of her eyes. Look, it was going to be dangerous enough to get Isabel out on her own. Dragging the whole family out with her would have been impossible. How come? Because they weren't like me and Iz. They hadn't grown up in the streets. They were upper-class people back in Somalia before they emigrated to Hong Kong. They were hopelessly out of their element. Even if I had managed to find them, they probably would have done something stupid and gotten us killed. Oh God, I don't know what I want to say here. This is hard. Oh God, I mean, she probably did make the right choice. Like, I feel like her gut was probably right here. I was just gonna say that. You made the right choice. Damn right I did. Even if I'd managed to convince them to come with us, they would have gotten caught. The Yellow Lotus would have kidnapped them if they were lucky. If they were unlucky, the Thrill Gangs or the Organ Leggers might have gotten them. It wasn't worth the risk to even try. She sniffs. Besides which, Isabel didn't want to bring her family. She wanted to get away from them as much as she did the walled city. Never could get her to tell me why. Yeah, let's just talk about something else. Sure, ask away, I'm all ears. Any thoughts on that last run? Yeah, of course I do. I mean, it was kind of a big deal, you know? We already said pretty much everything there was to be said, though, haven't we? I mean, it's not like we didn't go over this already, with the important lessons about responsibility and all that. Fair enough. Thanks, Gabbett. I mean, she probably is right. That's what it is. Obviously, my Boy Scout nature wants to go, you should have saved everybody, but the reality is what it is. Speaking of which, let's talk to Isabel over here. You enter Isabel's cabin to find her jacked into the octopus. Her body slouches motionless, tethered to the machine. The computer's large display flickers to life again, just as it did last time. Isabel's avatar fills the screen. This isn't helping. The avatar frowns down on you, a look of supreme disillusionment in its face. I'm decking, I'm in my safe space, and it doesn't help. The memories are just as painful here as they are in the real world. I mean, your memories are part of you. Decking doesn't make you leave that part behind. No, I guess that it doesn't. White plumes of static show from the avatar's fists. She's shaking. Fucking should, though. I can't handle not having a way to escape from this. So what are you going to do about it? I don't know, okay? I don't. You know what? Hang on. The avatar winks off the screen and the terminal powers down. Isabel's body shudders, a familiar tremor. Her consciousness is flooding back out of the matrix and into her meat. Her eyes flutter and she takes a sharp breath. Slowly, shakily, she rises from the perches on the floor. You're here with more questions, right? She coughs into the crook of her arm, wipes her nose with her sleeve. I'm sure you are. Why else would you be bothering me? Spit him out, and I'll go digging around in the cesspit I call a memory. Who knows? Maybe we'll find a clue. Look, I know that you're hurting, Isabel. If venting helps, go right ahead. She takes a deep breath, makes a visible effort to calm herself. No, that wasn't like me. This isn't the person that I want to be. I'll be okay. I can handle this. Just ask me your questions, okay? Get this ball rolling. Why do I not have any questions? What the hell? Any thoughts about that last run? You know what drives me crazy about Gobbet? She does shit like this all the time. She doesn't think about anything. Not about the risks she takes, the consequence of her actions, or how her behavior can hurt her friends. She just jumps headfirst into whatever crazy scheme she's got in her head and damn everyone else. Maybe after this she'll finally learn her lesson. I have to say, I didn't expect to get off the sinking ship without blowing it apart. My money was on setting fire to the whole contraption and letting it burn. But you really pulled out all the stops. I can't believe we had to face down some kind of rat demon god thing, but we did. Sure, there's a lesson in there somewhere, but I'll be damned if I know what it is. I don't know why I can't ask her anything about the walled city. That's super weird. Maybe it just needs more time? I don't know. Let's see if there's anything new with the old mission computer. So it says I have an unread message. Oh, here it is. More notes. From Crafty Zoo. Excellent. Max, while I was blazing through my mom's journal, something struck me. We've spent so much time reading about the walled city that we haven't thought to look at it, to paint a picture with the information that we've been gathering. So I contacted a friend of mine, Riley, a Decker, and asked her to pull some data for me. Her results were surprising, and for what it's worth, I think we're onto something. Riley dug up records of things like reported sleep disturbances, psychotic breaks, HKPF responses to cult activities, etc. She found that they form a classic bullseye heat pattern around the walled city. She couldn't find any data from within the walled city itself, but the outside data was still enough to establish a pattern inside the slum. This has got to be more than a coincidence. It's too unnatural to be attributed to anything else. I don't know what it means yet, but I've got my nose to the books. I'll let you know what I find out. One other thing. The last email I sent you, the one with my mother's notes, I went ahead and reread it, and that took me back to the source text, and I was able to pull something else from her list. This isn't much, but it seems to be pretty consistent across her ramblings. If I'm reading it right, it's kind of like a set of rules that govern the interactions of the Yama Kings. It's surprisingly bureaucratic if I'm reading it right. The most interesting tidbit is this. There's something here about the kings being unable to back down in a deal. It's like if they give an inch, they forfeit everything. From what I'm reading, the Yama Kings have their own code of laws, but they don't have to follow them unless you know how to call them on it. Like, they break the rules all the time, but if you can't cite chapter and verse on what rule they're breaking, it doesn't matter to them. Approach from a place of wisdom, though, and you can bind them with their own laws. Anyway, this is all really arcane stuff, but I think there might be something here. I can't vouch for any of it, obviously. When you take a step back, it all sounds like crazy talk. One thing that I can tell you for certain, my mother believed it was true. If anything else comes up, you'll be the first to know. Alright, more information, that's good. Yeah, kind of like the Sealy, it sounds like, which is interesting. We might be able to use that. Alright, nothing in the jobs directory. Let's log on to Shadowrun, see if there's anything new on there. Just 2 threads. Explosions in Eastern District. What's up with all the explosions rocking the Eastern District? My walls were just shaking. Say what? Word has it Shawase has a secret lab tucked away in an old industrial building out there. I'm guessing the rumor's true, Mistress Tiny. Correction, I think Shawase had a lab out here. Sandwiches are sexy, there's a hell of a username. It's really stinking where I'm at. It's a cross between sulfur and weirdly new car smell. Wonder what they were doing. Say what? Better put on your gas mask for good measure, men. Mistress Tiny. Decker looking for team. You're kidding me. There's no way this is the same guy. This cannot be the same guy that is always looking for a Decker. Please tell me he hasn't killed yet another Decker. Experienced Decker looking for a team... Wait, experienced Decker looking for a team to run with? Potentially for a long-term arrangement. I've taken over the business interests of a team of runners, running basic heists and the occasional transport gig. I'm in contact with a reliable fixer and will be working with the old team's long list of happy clients. It is! It's backwards! Holy shit! Requirements. Number 1, you must not take experimental stims during runs. 2, you must not tamper with chemicals in secret labs. 3, you must know how to properly operate a moped. 4, you must listen to your decker when your decker says, I don't have control of that turret yet. And 5, you must have a good sense of humor, optional, Shenzhen Joe. Yeah, 4 is new. 4 is definitely new. So the decker is alive. The rest of the team, maybe not so much. Hey, what happened to Give Me Some Nuyen? I recognize this ad. It's his boilerplate. His team's always looking for a new decker. What the hell happened? Blink, I gotcha. You see that 4th item on the requirements list? Shenzhen Joe. Oh shit, that's nuts. Are all of them gone? Muffin Top Ninja? Captain Scone? All of them. Even Explodey Sue. I hardly got to know them, but they were good people. What a terrible loss. You had no idea who you were in the shadows with, huh? Explodey was a great war hero. Tough as nails. Could have tipped the scales for Taiwan if she had knocked herself out with the force of her own mana blast at a crucial moment. No shit. It gets better. Muffin Top Ninja was one of the most revered martial arts masters in the JIS until his health began to fail. He was known for his self-deprecating humor. And Give Me Some Nuyen was a great philanthropist. Every credit he earned, he poured back into helping the indigent population of the walled city where he grew up. Captain Scone? Kind of chuckled at his name, but now I'm thinking there's more to it. I'll say, he was a Scottish separatist who campaigned tirelessly for the restoration of his country. When his activism drew too many enemies, he fled and became a pillar of the Scottish expat community in HK. As for the name, think Stone of Scone. These amazing people just couldn't catch a break. And now this. R.I.P. I'm mortified. I wish I got to know them better. I wish I got that turret down faster. Seems like you knew them very well then. I suppose so. I'm a decker who responded to one of their first ads. My gut said not to join them, but we developed a lot of mutual respect over the years. Never thought I'd live to see one of their deckers live. Well, although it would make 2 deckers, I don't suppose you'd like to team up. I don't think so, no. Yeah, that's fair. No, that's fair. I don't have control of that turret yet. Wise words. Humor has been downgraded to optional now, it would appear. The Joker has been killed of the team. I know. Yeah, no, they seem like nice people, but also, you also seem like people that die with alarming frequency, so, nah, I'm gonna pass on that one. Now, let's see how Rachner's doing. Welcome back. Can we go over what we were talking about before? Yes, of course, ask away. Alright, so in your ideal future, people without empathy, morality, or humanity will replace the rest of us. That sound about right? Yes, people like me. Tell me, my friend, how does that make you feel? What is your gut reaction to the vision I've shared with you? I mean, I'm comfortable with it. This is a dog-eat-dog world. I've known that since I was a kid. His eyes light with excitement. Good, very good. I am pleasantly surprised. The 6th world is no place for compassion. It is a predatory world, a place of monsters. Some of those came with the awakening, and others of our own design, but they are there. If our species is to thrive, we need to shed those weaknesses that prevent us from asserting our dominance. I speak with the clarity of a man who is not a man in mind or body. A thing that others refuse to see are as plain as me to the light of day. I tell you, my friend, life is better this way. One day you will see for yourself, and you will thank me for what I have shared with you. Alright, looks like he doesn't have anything else to say. Alright. They thought he was joking about the turn. Oh, God. I can actually see that happening. Rachner is such an edgelord. He really is. Oh, my God. I'm gonna... Alright, let's do one more thing while I'm thinking about it. Let's pop over to Crafty Zoos. Because I want to see where I need to spend my karma points next. Because I have a bajillion karma points. But I need to see if I need to upgrade anything for my main tier before I start expanding out. Slight unexpected A sight unexpected from the window's slapdash product displays strikes you as you walk through the shop. Everything is clean. Unusually clean. Not spotless, a nearby food plate rests atop a small collection of books speaks to that, but otherwise the piles of journals and notebooks and books from before are for the most part on shelves, organized. The shopkeeper is nowhere to be seen. You don't remember whether an open sign was on the front of the door, but the handle turned easily enough. Somebody must be here. You approach the front counter and see a service bell. All right, let's go ahead and ring that. You hear a thump followed by a loud shit! Crafty leaps up from behind the counter, rubbing the top of her head, a duster in her other hand. Her eyes widen when she sees you. Max! Wow, you've been busy. You're like I walked in from another dimension. Crafty waves her comment away. I was getting hounded by some of my regular patrons, and maybe a sanitation officer or two. You see the urgency in her eyes as she leans forward. It doesn't matter. Max, I found it. The thing we've been searching for. I know what's happening inside the walled city. Hey, I'm all ears. She takes a breath. The Yama Kings. They're real. Whoa, now, that's a big leap from imaginary monsters. Crafty's eyes hold your gaze with an unshakable intensity. I'm serious. You know me. I'm the last person to start believing in Santa Claus, much less my mother's ravings. But this is solid. The Yama Kings are real, and they're coming. She lays her palms flat on the counter, almost breathless. They've been on their way to the walled city since the place was built. The dreams, they're portents of their coming. Omens manifested as dreams. Still, just think about it. The strange things we've been dreaming, the sensations, the hunger, asleep or awake, it affects us all the time, anywhere. The connection, we're all in or near the walled city, itself a beacon for disaster. Something or some things have noticed the city, and now we're noticing them. So everything that's happened in the walled city, it's been the Yama Kings all along? Not quite. I don't think the Yama Kings are the cause of the walled city's corruption. They're the effect. Something in the walled city has so polluted the feng shui of the place that it's acting as a magnet for malevolent astral beings. Mama's right. There's something at work in the walled city. I don't know if it's a curse or something else, but there's something deeply unnatural at work in that place. Her words shake. I'm so sorry, Mother. I thought I was closing my eyes to your madness, but all I did was prevent myself from seeing the truth, from seeing what was unfolding right in front of me. Can the Yama Kings leave the walled city? Why would they? The curse, or whatever it is that's attracting the Yama Kings to the walled city, has turned the city into an ideal hunting ground. With a practiced sweep of her hand, she tucks a strand of hair behind her ear. A foggy handprint slowly disappears from the counter where her hand was pressed. Have you heard of terraforming? It's an old science fiction idea. You make a planet, like the moon or something, into an Earth-like environment to support human habitation. That's what's happening in the walled city, only in reverse and on an astral level. I think that pent-up toxic chi in the walled city is turning the place into an extension of the Yama King's home plane, making the environment there hospitable for them. They won't range beyond it for the same reason that they wouldn't leave a bathysphere in the deep ocean. But, as we've seen, that corruption is spreading. It's already started to seep into Haoi. If left unchecked for another 30, 40 years, who knows what might happen. Snake Lone, welcome in. This game's fantastic. The writing is my favorite thing, but the actual tactical RPG element's very solid as well. And welcome in, Snake. How are you doing today? Yeah, this seems like a very bad thing, Tarek, but it's also a bad thing that we're possibly deeply involved in, so I suppose right now learning is the best thing we can do. Hella forming, I like it, I like it. So are these beings what broke your mother? Yama Kings weren't directly responsible for Mom's corruption. It was caused by the root problem, that which attracted the Yama Kings to the city in the first place, the poison at the bottom of the well. Whatever it is, it's been there from the very beginning, and it's in no way natural. People did this. At least now you know what happened to her. I know where you're coming from, Max, but my mother still allowed herself to be corrupted. She put herself in the way of evil, and it took her. Not a second thought for anyone else. Her research has given us valuable resources. I'm glad these journals, these pieces of her mind, can be used to arm ourselves against the Yama Kings. The knowledge it's given us will help us in the trials to come. Let's backtrack for a moment. Downloaded and never gotten the chance to play it? Oh man, I hope you do. It's good. It's good. Especially if you played the other Shadowrun games. It holds up very well. Oh, this is big, Crafty. Huge. At your words, an unusual mood washes over Crafty. She raises her hands and grips her tattooed arms, hugging her chest. Please, Max, you have to stop it. This evil. For yourself, for my mother, for every man, woman, and child in the walled city in Haoi. Nobody outside of our community will care about this. They've already written people like us off. If what's happening here is to be undone, we have to be the ones to undo it. Of course, the city's just as important to me as it is to you. I'll do whatever I can to stop the Yama Kings. You watch her grip relax, her shoulders ease. Thank you. Really, thank you. Alright, I do have to do some shopping, though. So let's see. Is there anything that I still need to upgrade? So I still need Spellcasting 8. I do need that. So that'll be my first upgrade. Other than that, it does look like I have the stats for everything else. So that's good. Does she have any new spells in? Got Mana Ball 3, but I can't afford it because I spent that 500 trying to convince that guy to join the mutiny. I don't even know if that helped because I didn't see the guy afterwards. But yeah, I can't quite afford anything just yet. That's unfortunate. Alright. Let's exit, and I'll go ahead and spend my points as promised. I need Spellcasting 8, and after that, I'm pretty much free to do what I want, I suppose. Oh, I've already got Willpower 8, so there we go. Very nice. Alright, so I've still got 7 points left. May I propose a nuclear option? I'm very tempted. That city seems like it's in a bad way, but you know, that's exactly what Gobbet thought we should do with sinking a ship, and we managed to cut out the bad part there. Who knows, maybe we can figure out what to do for the walled city as well. Alright, let's see, I want to put some more points in body and quickness next. I'm just looking to see if there's anything else I'm going to want to do. I don't think there is. I kind of want biotech too, just so I can see enemy HP. That might be nice. It is 3 points right there, though. I wouldn't mind getting my own totem. That'd be a nice buff. Alright, so there's a couple small things I kind of want. So let's get biotech too. Because that might help make us some more informed decisions, I think. There we go. And that's all we're going to want for intelligence, I suspect. We don't need anything for strength. We're good there. Like I said, we might want some more quickness and dodge at some point. Body would probably put some more points into body, get some more HP as well. Let's see. Part of me wants to grab a few Shadowrun S plotlines and throw them at BSM to get a neat storyline game going. Do it, Turretark. Give it a shot. Why not? Charisma, I mean, you can always use more points in charisma, so there's that too. Alright, so yeah, for right now, because I've got 4 points, let's spend the 4 points on quickness. Let's do that, because that seems like a more immediate need. There we go. Alright, feeling good. Alright, so let's head out of the shop. And I'm going to go ahead and save again. And folks, this seems like an excellent place to wrap up for the day. So as always, I appreciate you folks stopping by. We're going to be playing this again tomorrow, though. We're picking up right where we left off. So if you want to see where we're heading to next, possibly helping guide you out with this ambush, that seems like a good option to do next. I hope you will join us for that. That Decker looking for a team again? Most certainly. Most certainly. That time it is. It is. But I appreciate having y'all with me. This was a blast today. Always good talking with you folks. Hope I'll see you tomorrow as well. But if you can spare 1 minute before we wrap up, I would really appreciate that, because we gotta see who all else is online. So if you're not done watching Twitch, maybe I can send you somewhere cool. I'd like to try. So make sure to hit follow if you haven't already. That'll be the easiest way to find me tomorrow or at any point in the future if you'd like to stop in. And while I'm looking to see who all is live right now, there are some links to chat you might want to check out if you haven't seen them yet, including a link to my YouTube if you want to see the games I've played in the past or get caught up on this game. It's all going to be going up there. And we've got a link to my Discord if you'd like to chat with me or the rest of the community outside of the stream. Feel free to join us for that as well. And where do we want to go today? Got a couple options. I see something really unusual going on, though, that I kind of want to check out. I see a streamer I very much enjoy doing something they don't normally do, and I'm intrigued, let me tell you. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would love it if you would join me as we go raided. Good friend of the stream, Sammy Train TV. She is an awesome streamer. She plays a little bit of everything, including some cool multiplayer games. Today, it sounds like she's speedrunning Breath of the Wild. I've never seen her speedrun anything before, so that's new. But also, I've never seen anybody actually speedrun Breath of the Wild before. It's usually not my scene, so this should be new for me as well. So why don't you go check that out? Why don't you come with us? Say hi to Sammy, hang out for a little bit, throw her a follow if you like what she's doing. But hey, if you've got other things to do, I will just say, as I always do, have a good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you're at in the world. And I will see you folks tomorrow for some more Shadowrun Hong Kong. Take care of yourselves till then, everybody.